Hello, I'm Steve from Mac 84 and welcome to another live stream. Hi. Oh gosh, we have some fun things to do today, and one of the fun things would be to make the chat so I could see it, because it went away. That's great. Where's the thing? There it is. Oh, YouTube. How's everyone doing? We just started, Joe. We can't hit it with the hammer yet. Not yet. Maybe soon, but not yet. When will then be now? Soon. Let's see who we have in the chat here. We have that one Windows fan, first live stream here, I think. Trina, hello. Joe, hello. Chris, hello. Eric Helgeson, hello. We also have another Joe of Joe's Computer Museum. Mike of Mike's Mess. Eep. I do have my multimeter, but my brain is no longer here. So, Enzo, Last Carbon's here. Let's scroll. Garth. Hello, Garth. I almost said Garth of Garth Beagle is here, but sure, why not? SJ Bryan is here. Colin of This Is Not Computers here. I know, still a minute left. I'm either too early or too late. Roger is here. We have Dana of Dana Does Stuff. Rudy's Retro Intel. Francois, of course. Apple's Anonymous. Shoal Fox. There's a bunch of you here today. Gut Bomb. The whole thing. Scroll. Doge, Dev, okay. There it is. I-8036SX. Veronica explains, hello, David, hello, and alright, so, hit it with a printer, oh god. I did not get a new camera, but I did open the app, like, yesterday, and fuss with it, and then, the Mac Mini decided it didn't want to read my second display, which is there. So I had to restart the computer because that's what you have to do on the Mac OS these days. Makes no sense to me. And then the display worked fine. So I don't know. Mule hits him once, eyes go crossed, falls down a well, and so on. So hopefully everyone is doing okay today. We do have Macintosh II we're going to get to in a second. But I just want to say thank you to everybody who stopped by at VCF East last weekend. I can't believe it's last weekend because that went by quick. It was a heck of a show. A few folks stopped by I always see, at the show. But then a lot of new faces as well. So thank you to each and every one of you who stopped by. Anybody who took a sticker, who played around with some of the computers on display. It was great seeing you in person and just connecting. I mean, that's my favorite part of the event besides rummaging through the free pile, which I didn't get to do much. I don't think I even took anything from the free pile except like a CD and a hard drive case or something. I don't know. I didn't really buy that much from consignment this year. I will show some of the things I got. I got this HP laptop power adapter for $5 whole because oftentimes I'm repairing this adapter seems to be like using a bunch of those HP systems, and oftentimes I have to buy a power adapter just to test like a client's machine. And a lot of the folks that I know use these like HP laptops. So this was $5. I'm like, that's sure beats the $10-20 on eBay. My friend Rad Racer gave me this beautifully yellowed specimen. The camera is not showing off all of its yellow mustard goodness. But this is a NEC brand CD-ROM reader. And of course it's SCSI. But jeez, look at that. So I do need to find a, what is that, 15 volt power adapter for this thing. And it looks like the open mechanism is either electronic or is no longer happy. I'm gonna say it's no longer oh, there it goes. Oh, that was crunchy. Look at the color difference. It's like mustard and white. My goodness. Software update. macOS. I'm streaming, you dumb. Not doing a software update. Yeah, whopping 1x speed. Never touch the lens, it says. Good advice. So that was a nice little freebie. So thank you for donating that. I picked up some software. There's this guy. This guy's booth. It's always Eli's software, and he always has boxed brand new software. So I picked up some weird things. Felix's Cartoon Toolbox. It's for Mac and Windows, and so it's like, I don't know, this like thing where there's a big thick plastic box. So I apologize for the glare, but there's some like cartoon studio type thing. Creativity and motion, easiest animation program. Okay, I thought it was actually just like a paint program, but it looks very similar to the some of the animation studio programs like the Simpsons one from back in the day. So this does have a date on it, 1994, and it's for Macintosh system 7.0 or higher or Windows 3.1 or higher. So that's neat. I love the box is ridiculous, so that's cool. I love the goofy packaging on that. And exactly what Garth said. And I think Shoalfox picked this up last time, and they had one this time, and I did not want to skip on that, although it's already been archived. I love goofy software boxes like this. And this is like a workspace manager interface thingamajig, like as if the Macintosh needed a better one, I guess. But it's like a job manager, project organizer thing. And yeah, it's, thought that was neat. Says version 1.0 system 7 compatible, requires Mac 605 or later with 256 colors. And then lastly, this is actually, I believe, for the Commodore. There's an Afterburner. I'm a huge Sega nerd, so they did have a few other Sega ones, but it was buy 3 for $20. So that's why I bought these 3 packages. They did earlier in the day have, I think it was Corpse Killer for the 32X. Not that it's a good game or anything, but it was sealed, and that was like tantalizing. But I think I saw that on Saturday, and by the time I got back over there on Sunday, which I almost totally forgot to go back and buy these pieces of software. But I went back because my friend Ian, and the things are upstairs, got something. Aldous. Sorry, Dana, I'm an idiot. What did I say that was wrong? What did I say that was wrong? I say everything wrong. I swear, my brain is just like, I'm stroking out nonstop. Hold on here. Hold on. I want to promote this thing because I don't have it with me. But there was a booth with jewelry and cute little things like that, like charms and pins and keychains. And here they are. I think this is the official one from, yes. So this is, they're on Etsy, and I will put the link in the chat. And the place is called Happy Hardware. Where is spelled W-E-A-R. And let me share a screen if I can do that. Nope, wrong thing, dum-dum. Yeah, window capture. Come on. There we go. It's called a browser. Ah, fantastic. Nope. Oh boy. Let's try this again. Come on. There we go. So my friend Ian had one of these little floppy disk pins, which are absolutely adorable. Let's see if they have the pins on here. Well, it's the same design as the charms here, but like the necklace. And they had a floppy disk pin. And I said, "Oh, where did you get that?" And he said, "Oh, it's in that room." So before I left the show on Sunday, I went to check that out and got one of those, and then wandered off and saw the software. And I'm like, "Oh, I need the software." So this is Happy Hardware on Etsy. I put the link in the chat if you want any of these things. I highly recommend them. They look like they are made with a lot of love, and they are actual PCBs. These aren't just like created little things to look like PCBs. These are PCBs. So I thought that was a really unique touch and really neat. So check those out. Yeah, so thanks to everybody who stopped by. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have picked up as much stuff. Save icons. Get out. Get right out, Dana. That's it. Get out. And so, yeah, I only picked up one computer and one printer. I know it's a record. And John, the Big Bad Biologist, Big Bad Bench, who was the booth next to ours, had a Color Style Writer Pro. And I'm like, okay. But I did dodge the laser printer that he put on the free pile. Somebody else was kind enough to take that. And somebody else took a scanner in the free pile, so I didn't have to take any of that crap. I did buy one computer, which was, I think it was a PowerWave 180 Macintosh clone, and I got a bloody fingernail because of it. Because I was like looking in the metal and trying to take off the case, and yep, he got me. And that was a very good deal for $30. It needs some work. There are some problems with it, but should expect to see that on a stream sometime in the future. But that was the only computer I picked up. There was a lot of cool things on consignment, but honestly, I was at my booth, and we don't really get a break to like check that out before the hordes come in. So the only way I actually saw a lot of consignment was when I was helping my friend Mike drop off some stuff that he was selling, and got into the space to take photos and junk. So people are spamming the likes and the 100 buttons and all that stuff. So yeah, thumbs up, all that fun stuff. I did put out a video for VCF East 2025. A little bit of a snippet type deal with music, and been getting a lot of silly comments on it because I guess I muted you. Come on. I guess when a video does well, more people see it, and then people are idiots. But hey, look, I'm streaming now. But yeah, this is a little 5-minute video I put together with some music, and just show a bit of some of the show. So there you go. And this is the consignment area. It was brand new for 2025. They had a huge space, absolutely huge. Was none of this bumping into each other or waiting in long lines or anything. There was a line out of the building at some point, but this was a ginormous improvement. So yeah. So that's about it for VCF East 2025. It was a wonderful show. Had a great time meeting everybody, hanging out. Sunday was a bit dead, I think, because of the weather. It was rainy all weekend. But other than that, can't complain. Ran into a lot of awesome folks, and I can't wait for their photos and coverage and so on. But yeah, Q&A stream. I mean, you're welcome to ask questions anytime, but we have crap to repair. So speaking of crap, 2022, a very nice gentleman by the name of Bill, his friend passed, who was a huge collector of Macs, and I met him through Sean of Action Retro, and he had this Mac II that was not happy. It did not want to boot up, and the startup circuitry needed to be fixed, and a few traces need to be fixed. And eventually we got it working. There was a stream in 2022 that used a similar thumbnail, and the case is in beautiful shape, but we just could never connect to get it passed along to him, and I needed to clean it up after I did the stream, and it took me forever to do that. So in 2025, 3 years later, I met him at East with the computer, and I'm plugging in, we're starting it up, and it didn't want to boot from SCSI. There was no SCSI power at all. And then when we tried to boot from the floppy, it was coming up with some sort of issue. Now, this is a unique machine because there's a Sonnet upgrade card in there. I think it's a Mac II doubler or something like that. And so with that, I'm not sure if that's causing a problem, but it will seemingly boot, but it goes to Welcome to Macintosh, and then that like flashes. I'm not sure if it's running out of memory. There might only be a megabyte of memory in the system. I'm not sure. We could put some memory in there and test it out. But corroded. Yeah, exactly. You don't say with corroded startup traces. Mike did sell a good amount of his stuff. Right, Mike? He's in the chat. Including a heavy monitor that I lugged around for a while. Then I lugged to Mike, and then he lugged home, and then he lugged back, and then he sold. Wow, my head is shiny today. I need to wear a hat or something. Where's my little... I have this ring light that makes me look like some doofus streamer. No, it's not turning on. Did the power, did something break? Did like a surge happen and it break? Yeah, probably. Whoa! Jeez, there it goes. Blinded. Yeah, it's not helping. Makes it worse. All right, anyway. Well, what's funny is if I do this, it's like kind of better, but then I can't see crap. So we'll have to just deal with my Chrome Dome. Hey, there you go. Single CPU Mac Pro. 75 clicks. Yes. Okay, so here's the Mac behind me. We'll be removing it from there in a second, but this is neat. I already archived this disk because I could not find any information about the software online. Come on. And this is a Allegro Mac II. I guess is what the upgrade card was known as, or at least what the software was known as. Of course, Sonnet is a very popular manufacturer of upgrades and accelerators for the Macintosh. But look at the floppy label. It's just like there. There's nothing on the back, so it's a very generic type thing. But I'd like to put the Mac on the bench if it'll fit. And I don't have a VGA capture thing set up because I'm an idiot and I forgot. And I also think my DB15 adapter is upstairs. Yay, VCF. Brought things and forgot about them. But let's see if it does the same thing it was doing before. Confirm assumptions. Oh, this monitor is almost going to fall off the desk, is it? Yeah, let's get this all sorted. Hopefully. Actually, I do have this more goofy solution. Right up there, I have everyone's beloved crappy monitor. But the DB15 cable is like just too short to reach sometimes. So like, I mean, that might work. But here, let's see what we could do here. Oh boy. So I'm going to remove the top from the case because I don't want this thing to get any cracks or anything. And let me just remove the there are screws on the top for the floppy drives. Let me just remove that so we get access to it. Oh boy. That's a big boy. Get that in frame there. Yeah, so it's the upgrade is actually this little guy right here. And it fits into where the 68020 used to be. It's called the Doubler Mac II and has a copyright of 1995. I think this machine came out in, was it 87? I also left the speaker at home, so that was something I had to go and grab also. So totally my fault. There are 4 memory modules here, and I think this might only be a megabyte. We're in bank A, and they are Apple branded SIMs, but these were the ones that came with it. I believe this was blank when I got it. But I believe this fuse, I tested it, this L2 fuse is bad. It reads completely, 1 megabyte, okay. That's good. This fuse reads completely through, so that's not good, which means maybe that's the SCSI issue that we're having. I think this fuse is okay. But let's see what it does. Let's see. Will this reach? Hopefully, maybe. We have an eMachines graphics card in here. Yeah, I know. Maybe it was a cheap upgrade. Who knows? But yeah, by 1995. And I'm assuming, because there's a little thermal pad on here that I didn't want to remove, I'm assuming it's an 030 or something like that. That's what I would assume. Anybody have differences on the Allegro upgrade or whatever this thing is? There's a phone number for Sonnet, but I don't think they're going to answer. But it is just seated right on top of that. Now, I did see another one of these upgrades at the show. Let me see if I can pull up a photo of it. It was for sale, I think, or maybe it was removed from the system that they were selling. But I was making my rounds and I took some photos of it. Let me just try and pull it up here. From the many, many photos. Oh, you know what? I might have taken it with my other camera. So maybe it's not here. But it was an upgrade that went over this and I believe the math coprocessor. So it was like this bigger board. And that looked pretty substantial. Let's plug a speaker in. This is from a Quadra, but it'll do the job. in place of a Mac 2 speaker. It's not going to short anything out. And yeah, 33 megahertz 030. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ian, hello. How are you? I forgot to pick up my Mac 2X board from you, but that's just because I'm an idiot. And I forgot to reach out to people, and then it was rainy, and then it was the end of the day. And I said, okay, I'm going home, bye. And I went home, and I went, bye. Ah, yes, the fun that is the batteries on these sons of bitches. I mean, witches. Sons of witches. Boy. I guess I'm going to go upstairs and grab the battery that I had. Yes, we did miss you, Ian. I hope you're feeling better. I'm going to run upstairs real quick, grab a battery for this, and I'm also going to grab a VGA adapter just in case I need it. I will be right back. Just play the Be Right Back music. And, yeah, I'll be right back? Question mark? Be right back. Okay, we're back. I need to turn up my mic and down the music. All right, hold on. Hold on. Okay, the input volume on this microphone was set all the way to 0 for some freaking reason. So that's probably because I restarted the computer before I streamed because it wasn't recognizing the darn monitor. Sorry about that, folks. You mean I actually have to like move that around, Colin? That wasn't part of the deal. I'm sorry if I missed the chat. Sorry about that. Sorry, Zodium. Sorry, everybody. I murdered your ears. If you write me a complaint, you'll get a free sticker. How about that? You can put it over your ears now. How about that? I don't know if this did an update. It was just bugging me to do an update before. This is on 10.3.2. I'm sorry, 15.3.2. I'll never get used to saying that correctly. So no, I didn't do the update, but it was just sitting here, so maybe it did an update. I don't know. These are the mysteries of life. Okay, what the hell are we doing? That's right, we have to plug in. Let's do this properly here. We have 2 of these battery adapters, which are fun diddly-un. And by fun, I mean a pain in the butt, because sometimes they just don't connect properly. So what I would like to do while testing this is just maybe... I forget which battery is needed to do the jump start. I think it's both of them, but I think maybe you get away with just one. Bruce is smart. He'll remember. Sod equals do. Yeah, Colin, I'm with you. Might have been right the first time. Oh, boy. Only if my wife is present. Otherwise, you wouldn't walk out with anything. If she's the only one here, and you hear muffled sounds from a closet. It probably means I'm going to be unalived soon, and you're welcome to take whatever. Alrighty. What are we doing? That's right. Trying to do stuff. Stuff, go. Alright. Yes, those axials are new, and everything is new except this fuse. Let's test this again. Seemed to be like it was not happy. Yeah, that's not a happy fuse. That one's fine. Okay, so we have a bad fuse, and I think there's a fuse here. What the heck is a TS1? Maybe that's a crystal or something. Maybe that's okay too. I haven't worked on this in forever. Well, Mac II in forever, I mean. And this too. Alright, so we have to get these batteries onto these little battery holders. And I did it incorrectly at the show. I was plugging in like negative to negative. I mean negative to positive because, you know, I'm smart like that. Bruce. Tangy spice. Yeah, it's good to know I have such knowledgeable friends who are just so happy to help me. Not gaslight me at all. And now you need to fill your blinker there on your car with blinker fluid. So what I'm going to do is just twist these little wires around the contacts of the battery, which is easier said than done. Yeah, I probably broke it. I break a lot of things. And we'll see what happens. It made sense before I typed it. You could type it again. Look at that. I'm wiring the batteries on backwards again. All right, let's... Red is positive, so that goes there. And I had a little piece of tape, because tape is better than soldering, right, folks? Just tape that on there. Hope for the best, right? This is very exciting, I know. I'm so sorry. Please don't unsubscribe. All right. And we need another one because, you know, one battery's not enough. The DVD rewinder. In high school, for some reason they thought we should watch the Mel Gibson film The Patriot. That was rated R. Of course, at the time, we're all like, beats doing schoolwork, sure. And so they asked if anyone had the video, and I said, well, I think we have the DVD. So we brought in the DVD, and it was what we used to watch the movie of, or we rented it, or whatever the hell the case may be. But I remember the teacher turning to me after the session of class, because we only had like 40 minutes or whatever, and she said, don't rewind the DVD, so we could pick up our place tomorrow. And I'm like, okay. And then she caught herself later, but it was humorous to the two geeks in the classroom, me being one of them. Yes, 87 people. My goodness. Hi. Hellos, everybody's. Please like the video so I could feed my rabbit. He likes only the finest of carrots and romaine lettuce bits. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to hear this thing chime, and hopefully, you know, I really want to use this LCD because it'll be much easier to show you folks. We were all judging you, Steve. Somehow I get the feeling I'm being watched. Where's the VGA cable? That's over here. Because the monitor's all the way up there. I think I could do the thing again and again and again. All right, and this little box where all my stickers are. Oop, as they fall out of the box. And thanks LGR for the coaster. That was neat. Clint of LGR stopped by and had some coasters. A nice giveaway. I have some stuff there. If this adapter doesn't work, I will have to get another adapter. This one actually is usually pretty good, so we'll see. In this case, it probably won't be, you know, just to prove me wrong. Plug that in there. Make sure the monitor is on. There we go. Flux capacitor is fluxing. And let's move the heat gun out of the way. We're not going to have to blast anything with heat, hopefully, in the next few minutes. We'll precariously shove that in the edge of the desk there as we figure out where the hell we're going to plug this thing into. Here's a power cable that's sitting on the floor randomly. Let's hope it works. And there we go. To there. And let's make sure our batteries are turned on. And they are. Plug you into power. And turn the power strip on. And put the switch on the back. Sort of a shortened chime. Nope. Oh, okay. It like restarts with a different chime, I think. Due to the accelerator card, maybe? But there's no light on the power supply, which I think I noticed before. We're not getting any video. That might totally be the video adapter I'm using. Let's try again. There it goes. Maybe it crashed? I don't know. Yeah, no signal. Okay. Let me get a better adapter, dealy. And the fan on the power supply isn't turning on? This is weird. Let me unplug this whole thing for a second. Let me find an adapter doodle. Now, at the show, it actually booted up and everything. So unless it got severely rattled, we shouldn't be in too bad of a shape. Yeah, and I've repaired the startup circuitry before, but could also be the power button just got a little not happy. I could try the keyboard. Where the hell did that adapter go? Check my bag here. Here we are. I believe this is the adapter I was using. I have it marked LC. This came with the LC that I had ages ago. Yeah, the car. Hence the stream. Let's try this again. Let's make sure this power strip is actually on. It is. You know, this board doesn't have any screws plugged in grounding it. I wonder if that's an issue. I don't think it would be. I mean, I hear the chime. Fan's not spinning on the power supply, and there's no light on the power supply. Maybe there's a cable that's unplugged in the power supply. Which means we get to open it in a moment. But let me get a keyboard. Oh, Bruce. I sincerely wish I wasn't. So the keyboard does let it start up, make the happy chime, or at least seemingly happy. I have two more adapters. I forget which one we used at the show. Actually, more than two. Look at all the adapters. Of course, none of these have diagrams on the back of them, which is excellent. That does seem to be shutting it off, so that's good. The big fat phony! It's a lot of noise outside. So you'll be getting a new neighbor soon. I hope they're not noisy. That would be annoying. Just plug the thing into the thing. You know, Sean, I think that's the best advice I've gotten all day. Just plug the thing into the thing, man. Oh, boy. Well, probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh, shoot. The old processor's in the shed. Of course it is. Unplug this. Is that getting warm at all? Yeah. There's a dead spider on the board, but that should be fine. That's what I'm going to do. Just fix it, then it'll work. Speaking of silly comments like that, if you like silliness and occasional deep conversations, make sure you're subscribed to one of our Patreons, either myself or Colin of This Does Not Compute. As we have a lot of fun with telling stories of just like technical issues we've encountered or just like life stuff. And usually with a pretty comedic tone. So if you enjoy any of that stuff, please consider joining either of our Patreon or YouTube membership deals, and you get access to that exclusive podcast. I think we're up to episode 31 launches this week, which is funny to think about. It seems like we just like started it the other day. But yeah, check that out if you haven't done so already. It's a pretty chill type thing. We just have fun with it. It's not overly produced. It's well edited, but it's not like, oh, bro, you got this sponsor we got to do a segment for, bro. Like, it's not, not that type of podcast. This is a weird screw, but that might ground it enough. I don't know if the board has to be grounded, but like there's metal and stuff. And I don't have any screws that are fitting into this damn thing. There's probably a Ziploc bag of the original screw somewhere, which I'll have to find before I give it back to this gentleman. But that's more of a me problem, I guess. Oh, yeah, we have an external floppy connector. So, oh, no, we don't. I was about to say we could use this voltage deal. But we don't have external floppy connector because we got a regular floppy connector. Because, like, yeah. Although, I wonder if people will scream at me if I'm wrong here. If I plug this into there, we should be able to use this deal from the floppy MU, right? Just to read voltages. It's just a pass-through thing, right? Yeah, there we go. Plug this in. And then plug this guy in. Oh, wait, no. Then you need the other guy. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Ian, you know what you've done. Let that be a lesson to the rest of you. Oh boy. Spider-Man? What the hell are you folks talking about? Oh boy. What are we doing now? Oh yeah, trying to figure out why this thing is sad. Do what now? I'm going to take a look at this power supply real quick because I am more than slightly concerned that the LED isn't going on and the fan doesn't seem to be spinning. It could just be that something got unplugged or something stupid, but you don't think it passes 12 volts? That could be correct, because I've only tested it on the, there goes a screwdriver, on the external floppy ports, Eric. So yeah, that would make sense. This chonkin power supply, which means we have to remove the whole dang computer from the desk. Oh boy. What a freaking chonk this thing is. Oh boy. Oh, this is an Aztec model. Last time I opened it to document the capacitors, everything looked fine inside. Oh god, I remember taking this apart and that was not fun. Well, crap. One thing I hate recapping is power supplies and CRT monitors. I guess that's two things, but who's counting? How does one do? I think you just do this. Oh boy. Yeah, it's one of those that just like clamp like really well. Or something. Yeah, it sure looks that way. Hey, Ian, you're delusional. Go get some rest. You just need some rest. What am I trying to pry this open with? Jeez. From what I remember, yeah, there we go. You just have to sort of, like, these clamps are, like, really held on there. And you just sort of got to persuade them to come out. And they bend easily, like the rest of the metal. Like, there are fins and stuff here, so. Just got to sort of, I have this little 45-degree angle solder poker tool guy. That seems to do the trick. My wife's grandfather had an old Bell telephone. It was like avocado green in his apartment when he passed years ago, and I was tempted to grab it, but his apartment was also infested with cockroaches. So that made me less tempted to grab it. And it was disgusting being in there. All right. Now we have access to the danger bits. So this wire is plugged into the LED. And that goes to the hip bone. No. That goes to this board, which is sitting here. And then that fan plugs into this thing. So why are we, the fuse looks fine. Both of them look fine. We have some filter caps, but they're not REFA caps, which is great. So look at all the fun stuff in there. No worries, Ian. We'll make a fun time out of it, and we'll leave with sadness. I suppose a capacitor could have failed or something, but I didn't desolder anything from this. I just took it apart to inspect things. There's a lot of noise outside. Yeah, the fan spins great, Garth. That's a good question. It does spin freely. So I'm not an expert with power supplies. Both the fuses seem okay. There's nothing that looks to be leaking. I could see where I've removed some of the glue from previous times I turned this on. And it turned on without the LED at the show. However, I could have easily made a mistake. I could have easily plugged in the fan where the LED goes and the LED where the fan goes. But no, because the PCB says fan and that's where it's plugged into. Unless that's backwards? I don't know. The LED very well could be bad, I suppose. It is socketed, thankfully. I am just going to stand up and see what the heck all the commotion is about outside. Maybe it's just animal noises. I have no idea. But it would be weird if the fan wasn't getting the right voltage. There's not a lot of room to work in this thing. But, yeah, I don't know. It did turn the damn machine on, so... Jersey Devil. If the Jersey Devil is here, before he murders me, can he just, like, help me fix the power supply? That'll be neat. Or maybe I'm just hearing voices. I'm just slowly going insane. You know, Spindler's ghost. I mean, I do have my own power supply, but at least I know the machine's getting power because we hear it chime. We're not getting any video. It's probably because of the dumb dip switches on the adapter, which are not documented on this particular one. But there's a great website that a lot of us have contributed to. And I'm trying to find the darn thread, because whenever I search for it, I cannot find this stupid thing. That's a completely unrelated post. What the heck? So on Tinker Different, there's a great little guide that I think Bruce put together. Or, you know, at least he contributed to it. Which gives you a bunch of the DB15 to VGA adapter doodles. And they document all the nice dip switches and stuff. And where the heck is it? Where the heck is it? It's going to drive me mad. Search term, Macintosh, VGA, DB15, adapter, pin, dip, I don't know. What the hell? Why did it not come up for me? Documentation for DB15 to VGA. Okay, well, bookmark. Thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate it. Okay, so mine here looks suspiciously like the one Bruce posted. So let's take a look at that. We're going to emulate a 13-inch monitor, so that has to be 145. So we need 145, and that should be enough, hopefully. Whoops. Wait, on 1, 4, and 5. Okay, the rest have to be down and off. Okay, so it's either 145, 145, 6, 147. Okay, cool. So let's put this power supply back together again. I really don't know at this point why the fan is not spinning and the LED is not going. That would almost suggest that there is a failure at some point. Honestly, I have not taken this thing apart, and it was a beast just to get this fan apart, because I wanted to why did I have to take the fan apart? I think I was like inspecting something. I'm just making sure I didn't goof or something somehow with this thing. I mean, it looks good to me, but LED is in the socket, and they're keyed, so the LED could only go in one way, and the fan could only go in one way. All right, so let's button this back up. Who knows? Maybe the computer's making the power supply sad. I mean, stranger things have happened, folks. And this could only go in one way, thankfully. Because my brain is not good enough to remember a lot of things a lot of the time. We'll just kind of leave that side loose, just so when we have to open it up again, at least it'll be a bit easier for us to do so. And thank you very much, Eric, for posting that link. That is a very handy link. All right, so I guess we need to get this bad boy out again. Ugh. And plug this guy in. There's a special bulky little screw that goes in to the power supply to meet the case here. And it sort of has to seat a certain way before it will mate up with that. And this screw fell down. Really? Oh boy. This is one of those fun streams, huh? And by fun, I mean for the audience. Not very much for me. At least I hope it's fun for you. Otherwise, what the hell am I doing here? I'm going to put a screw in the logic board too. Maybe it has to ground. Maybe that's causing an issue. I wouldn't be surprised. Damn it. This stupid screw. And I have to find where the rest of the screws are for this thing. Probably in a Ziploc bag. It was just vapor lock, vapor lock, vapor lock. Okay, I think that is good. Let's find some screws somewhere. Those are crummy screws. Those won't fit. Yeah. Is the stream fun yet? Did you have a good time yet? Because we're still gonna go, even if you're not. Work has to get done here. I want this machine back to its owner. Okay. All right, so this should ground the board properly. Maybe that's all this is. Wouldn't that be hilarious if that's why the LED and the fan wasn't turning on? If it was some silly grounding thing. I love simple fixes, but I don't think I'm that lucky. All right, so let's turn this around again. There's a beast of a Macintosh II. And let's get our video adapter. We just changed the dip switches on. Let's plug that in there. Let's get that keyboard over here again. Why did the chat stop? Oh, maybe I didn't scroll down enough. Okay, say something in the chat, folks, so I know it's not broken. Plug the keyboard in. My goodness, all the chat just popped in at once. You stupid thing. Thank you, YouTube. I missed all this now. Have you checked the hamster? No, I've not checked the hamster key. I scared somebody's cat. I'm sorry. Screws on. Farts. Hey, Eric. And Jack. And anybody else I missed. Hey, Elemento. Boop. Alright, so we're going to try this again. Maybe it was just a simple, silly goof on my part. Plug this in again. Yeah, fan's still not spinning. LED on the power supply is still not on. But let's see if we get any video on the monitor. So this is an Aztec power supply. Everything looks beautiful inside, but the fan is not spinning on the power supply, and neither is the LED lighting up, which is freaking weird. Alright, I have the old Apple monitor here. Might as well plug the darn thing in, because it's within spitting distance of this thing. Let's try and alleviate our troubleshooting spots here. So I'm plugging this into the old Apple monitor. Yeah, there is it does chime, and we're gonna hopefully see an image. Oh boy! As the lights dim as I push that button. Let's try it again. Yep, E-machines, there you go. And we get a cursor. And a question mark, disk, and all that fun stuff. Okay. So that's good. Let's turn this off. And I'm going to use one of the floppy drives here. Well, use my floppy EMU, actually. And since I archived that disk, we could do something fancy here. We can put that disk image from my applesauce from that Sonnet Allegro processor upgrade disk, and we could put it on our floppy EMU. How fancy are we? So let's put the SD card in the thingamajig here, plug that into our little Mac Mini over here. And let me just drag that file real quick. Let's just take a second. Connect to the computer upstairs. Documents. I don't know why this happens, but whenever I connect to network shares, like I connect to my documents folder on my Mac Studio upstairs, and it just reads as a blank directory. Like it doesn't show anything. Oh. I think I know why I was hearing things. I think my stream is playing upstairs. Yeah, there we go. Let's close that. And I was hearing myself. Oh boy. It's been a long day, folks. Okay, let's go back up here. And we have our Sonnet disk image here. And let's connect to our Mac Studio, our Mac Mini rather. And put it on here so we could use it. I don't know why it's asking for the password for the like 8 billionth time. Okay, cool. So now we could just open up our big mess of wires thingamajig here, Mac boot, and we have this Allegro disk here. We'll pop that in there, and hopefully it understands what the heck disk image it is. It should. It should, hopefully. I know I have a real bit of problem with that. All right, so we have it in the floppy EMU now. Let's plug the floppy EMU into the board. And let's, sorry I can't get you closer to that monitor. All right, the floppy EMU gets power, which is good. We're in Mac floppy mode, so let's go to Mac boot. Let's select that Allegro Mac thing. And it's giving me a happy Mac on there. Let's see if it does what it did to the actual floppy. It says welcome to Macintosh. Let's see if it gets past this. Nope, that's what it was doing before. That blinking. See what it's doing? The text is blinking. This is what it was doing at VCF East. So I don't know if that like pulsing is like a hardware failure. I've seen this happen on an emulator before. I don't know if it's out of memory. I don't know if the boot up disk was just damaged. So let's turn this off. And let's try it again with another disk image. We didn't get a chime that time. This is strange. Let's turn this off. Okay. Yeah, different E-Machines company, but similar name. That's interesting, Joe. All right, so let's open another Mac boot thing. This is systems. This is oh, that's the wrong disk. System 6. Let's see if this will boot. Maybe not. Maybe nope. Okay, didn't like that. 608, I think. All right, let's see if it'll get past this. No. I wonder if there's a problem with this accelerator card. Or, you know, it needs a special thing first. Or there's a bad voltage rail or something on this. Interesting. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go to the garage and shed rather and get that little box So let me go grab that 020 from the box that I left in the shed because I'm like, I want to leave this here so I don't lose it. Blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to press the be right back thingamajig. I guess we could try extensions off. Let's do that before I get my butt up. But it's just a System 6 like base boost disk, so I don't think it even has much that it's loading. But I'll try. Holding down Shift. Nope, does the same exact thing. Turn down your volume. Yes, I will. What's euphemism? I'll be right back. I'm not going anywhere else. Well, the SCSI isn't working on this because of a fuse, which I have to find my Pico fuses for. Yeah, so okay, so let me take a look at the be right back thing here, and let me take a look at the audio, and it doesn't allow me to change the volume, but let me change the speed. If you have headphones, take them off for a second. I'll be right back, I promise. we have it. All right. Whew. So, once I get this card out of there, I'll be able to show you what it looks like. You missed the computer being sad, but we're going to try and see what the heck is going on here. I need to very gently get a flathead screwdriver to remove needs to be thinner than that to remove this upgrade card, which is always fun. Where the heck did I put my did I bring those to the show? Probably. Sounds like something I would do. But let's see what we got here. What did I use last time? Because I had to remove the processor only a number of days ago. But of course, that's like seems like it was weeks away. Weeks ago. Use tweezers or something, I guess. Crowbar. Yeah, so my big problem is I tested this at home before I put the processor card on, and it booted up and everything was happy before I brought it to the show again. And then I put the processor card on, booted it up, heard the chime, and saw the question mark, and I'm like, okay, I'm good. So that was, foolish me for not doing a full test. But look at this. We still have the little box that the card came in. Isn't that neat? I don't know. It's basically like a 3.5, 4 hour drive for me. And if I want to get there when the swap meet starts, that means I got to wake up at like 4 a.m. And I did that a few times in my life. And although I absolutely love the swap meet and stuff, I don't know if I could do that this time around. The timing just may not work out. It's very tempting. But I wish I was not a very long distance away from there. So let's just take the logic board out. It is not seated in the plastic clips because I didn't want to have to battle those every single time. I do have to unscrew them though. Blurry Steve. Well, the problem is it boots, then it freezes with this accelerator in here. So I want to remove the accelerator and see what happens. For all I know, we just don't have enough memory or something like that. Let's see. No, Mike is plenty important. He has cats. Alright, so let's unplug our floppy EMU here. And I think we might get caught on a clip. Is there anything that's... Yeah, there's the clip. Sorry, you can't see what the hell I'm doing. Let's get this giant case out of the way. And we have BK Hobbies in the chat. I'm sorry, Hobbs in the chat. I thought there was an I there. And this is his Macintosh II. Hopefully it will play nice now that its owner is watching. That never happens. Always causes more problems. But here's that interesting accelerator. Let me get a nice close-up now that we have the board out of the machine. But look at that. Isn't that neat? Could be bad RAM, I guess. So let's swap the processor to the original one and just see what happens. Fun part is getting this out without damaging anything. So we're going to take our sweet time here. And I'm going to see where the heck I put that flathead screwdriver. Probably fell down, knowing me. I haven't streamed in a bit. I'm all discombobbled. No, the big screwdrivers are up there. The small screwdriver set is over here, but it looks like I took out the flathead bit for just this purpose. And then misplaced the damn screwdriver. You know, some of these days, man, it's just like tempting fate. Well, we're going to try and do it with this one. We'll be very careful. We're not going to hurt anything. Claw end of a hammer. This is very awkward to do because the card sort of hangs over here. It could be. Unfortunately, I don't have any documentation for this upgrade card. BK, I'm not sure if you do either. A quick search online, I couldn't find anything. But it could be very possible that this card has some requirements that I'm just not privileged to know, which could easily cause us some issues. There we go. Being very gentle. We're not prying. We're just rocking the tip of the screwdriver back and forth gently, because it's a plastic socket on a plastic riser here. Hey, MacFX! Oh, thank you for the super chat. Eep! MacFX, it was great to see you at the show. Thank you very much for the super chat. Eep! You get another eep. That's very, very kind of you. All right, sweet. So we got, here's the upgrade card here. If it wants to focus. And that's the bottom of it. So what we're going to do is put that back in the box. We're going to take the original processor out. I don't think it has been, but it also is not working right now. So, but that would be cool to clone it. I believe it upgrades it to, what did we say it was? A 33 megahertz 68030. The card itself doesn't look too complicated. There is a Motorola chip and then this U1 chip, which might be a ROM, I'm not sure. But there's something going on there. Yeah. I took a better photo of it. I'd be happy to share. But, let's see if we get the computer working first. Alright, so we got the processor here. Let's carefully seat that in, and that goes in quietly. Get this beast of a case back over here. Oh boy. Oh, thank you very much. That one Windows fan. Well, you have to at least have one Windows fan, I guess. Thank you for the super chat. Eep! Alright, we give everybody an eep. A wild eep from the old Mac OS days when they do a super chat. So that's sort of the reason behind the silliness over here. It doesn't have to be a reason for silliness, but... Alright, so let's plug some of these screws back in. And see if the system is acting happier. Now, I have seen this type of RAM fail before. It is Apple RAM, but this was all in the same little box that I had with the floppy drives and cables and accelerator and all this stuff. So I know this stuff came with the machine. I believe it was working previously, but we're going to test that out again. So let's turn those batteries on. That's there. Flux capacitor is fluxing. Where did I put the speaker? Now this is not the original speaker. I think the original speaker is up there. We're just going to use this one for now. I'm going to plug in our video card here, which is a nice eMachines new bus card. Cinnamon apple, right? Goes down smooth. Okay, so we are in slot C for new bus, and then we have our vintage CRT, which is always, it's like the connector is just wide enough to make it, but it's not seated at the top here properly. Because I don't have it completely in the case because I don't want to snap all these plastics into it. There we go. Okay, let me plug our keyboard back in. Probably plug in a mouse. And our floppy MU is here, so let's plug that back in. And just for fun, we're going to plug a blue SCSI in, although I believe we're not getting SCSI termination because that fuse is blown. So, but let's plug in the power and see what happens. 3, 2, 1. So it chimed. We still have no fan. We still have no power supply light. We still have no blue SCSI at all. eMachines logo up there. Got our mouse, so we know ADB is working. And let's boot up. Let's try that same boot disk that I imaged, the Allegro one. Let's just see if anything happens differently. I'm just curious here. So we got welcome to Macintosh. I love fixing SE30s. Oh no, Mark. Looks like it's, I don't know if it's, it looks like it's making, at least it's blinking more. Let's see if it actually boots. Spending nothing? What kind of thing is that? Hey, John, how's it going? yeah, we have, there's still some gaffer's tape. But it hasn't froze yet, or at least maybe it did. The floppy MU is still blinking away. Reading track 38, side 0, although maybe there's a problem with the disk image, who knows. Although it read perfectly fine. Something maybe could be corrupt or something. It looks like it's still stuck on this. So let's do this. Let's turn this off real quick. Turn it back on. Let's try a known good disk here. This is system 608. Maybe we have a memory problem or something weird. Who knows? So it's reading this floppy. I do have a memory tester that I sent out to a good friend to take a look at, and they got some success with it. So hopefully I'll have some sort of way to test memory soon, but right now the only way I can is by shoving it in a computer. Look at that, we booted. And go to About This Mac. And shows we have 4 megabytes of memory. Bruce was correct. We have a cursed document by TeachText. This is so strange. I can't believe it works. The entire setup is quite cursed. Okay, that was from something ages ago. I know you can't read it, but I sort of almost can. All right. So with the original processor, it boots fine. So let's shut this down. And that shut down correctly. Let's turn it back up again. That was system 608. So now I'm going to open up Snooper, which is a emergency disk image version of Snooper, which runs system 6. I'm going to do a memory test just to play it on the safe side. Why not? Done, Garth. Oh boy. Yeah, sorry I don't have the video capture set up. I'm working on a video about video capture yet again, so all my crap is misplaced and not here. And I wish this camera would zoom in, but it would be a horrible pixelated zoom. So instead, you get to see whatever this is. Bought 2 Surface books that worked and a Tough book that did not work at the show. All right, so let's just test it all. Why the heck not? Go. Well, it's gonna give us. It's gonna yell at us. Actually, let's undo the modem and printer port because they are not. They don't have those loopback connectors plugged into them. Just hit go. And last I did this, it passed all the memory test. No, calm down, Trina. Calm down. I do not have that extension installed. That was on the disk we were trying to boot from. But we are back to the original processor here. Test failed. Bad. Okay. Huh. I promise this tested properly before. So let's just try some more memory. Why the heck not? I don't know why. I think I have some memory from an SC30 I could steal for a little bit. Of course, this is all plastic clips, which is so great to work with. Ugh. Ugh. I'm pretty sure Trina owes me royalties. It's all Apple RAM. First RAM I've seen in a long time that actually tells you the size of it right on it. 1M RAM sim. I think that's Apple RAM. It doesn't actually say Apple Computer on it, but I could have swore I've had some that had. It says the Apple numbering system on it. Let's see. Let's carefully try. I guess I could test the power supply leads with the multimeter and see if anything is acting up. All right. The power to use O30 in place of O2 and increase clock speed of the CPU is pretty negligible. I doubt it's a power supply causing it to be unstable. Yeah, I mean, my only thought to that, Ian, is what's interesting is the power supply fan isn't turning and the LED isn't turning on, although the system power is on. I will try putting in different memory and just seeing if that ever goes away. This is not that type of memory. Oh boy. Where did I put my memory? I don't know. I have a bad memory. Get it? Bad memory thing. Oh boy. That monkey's going to pay. Oh, we have a Mac SE here. I think this has maybe a megabyte of memory. I guess that should be fine enough for our testing, huh? Pizza time. I want some pizza. Yay, more plastic clips. It's a party. Woo! Plastic clip party! Yeah, if anybody could find any information on this Sonnet Allegro card, I couldn't seem to find anything, but I did not blow into the cartridge first. Maybe that was my first mistake, Eric. We have 2 different types of memory shoved into this plus. No idea what the hell the sizes are, but we're about to find out, folks. Oh, God. Watch, we'll put them in, it'll just sad Mac. Be like, what the hell? I can also spray some contact cleaner into here. We'll try that next. But I'm only filling up bank A. Alright, let's plug this thing back in. Okay. Alright, so now we have to boot. Go back to the snooper image. Now the snooper image has caused me issues before where it says the memory was bad and it worked fine. So I don't know exactly what's going on, but we shall see. Hey Veronica, how's it going? Eep! Thank you very much for the super chat. Yes, please hit the like button. I'd be greatly appreciated. Let's YouTube know that I do the thing. Now I do have that snooper card. Unfortunately, it's in pieces upstairs because I am reverse engineering it to try and let others have the privilege of using a neat little card like that. But that would only really tell us about the voltage or anything like that because the system is booting. So let's deselect everything here and let's just focus on the RAM. And let's hit go. So we have 1 whole megabyte of memory. Hopefully we don't have a memory controller issue because that wouldn't be fun, folks. Oh, what the fudge? What the heck? That makes no sense. You stupid computer. You worked fine before. I swear I have a video of this doing a memory test and it was fine. I mean, I guess I could try it with the multimeter to test it, but like, what the hell? What the hell, man? So let's turn this sucker off. So why would we be having memory tests on a Mac II? We have an Apple sound chip here. We have that memory manager chip here. But see, all the bad traces around here were not even by the startup circuitry. We cleaned that up. There wasn't anything too bad there. I'm going to have to watch my old stream, aren't I? Have you tried jabbing it with this screwdriver? What I would love to do is... do I have my Mac II board? Yeah, no, wait, no, I gave Ian, I gave you my Mac IIX board, correct? The Struggle Bus Express. So I would have my Mac II here somewhere. So I could theoretically take my Mac II board, plug that accelerator into it, and see if we're getting the same issue. And the same thing with the memory. Okay. Give me a second. I'm not going to put on the Be Right Back music because I think I know where this board is. I think it's actually staring me right in the face right here. No, that's Ian's board with all the memory removed from it. So that would certainly not help us. Let me stand up for a second and see where mine is. You could just look lovely at this area for a while. There she is. Don't you love dealing with huge, ginormous computers that take up all the damn space? Oh boy. So this, I just had AA battery packs plugged into the board directly, soldered in. Yeah, this screams my board. This totally just screams Mac 84's board. Why did I leave the AA batteries in here? And so my board has a Sony power supply. And plastic clips still. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the RAM from that system, plug it into mine, do the same test, and see what happens. Because I have run into an issue before where I have suspected that the snooper test was actually incorrect and that the memory was fine. We shall see. We shall see if that assumption is correct. Let's unplug you. Stacks on stacks on stacks. Oh boy, this is really stupid. Well, what else? Where else are we gonna fit this thing? I'm gonna take the box and put it right there. Look how perfect it is. This is so stupid. Oh boy. All right, let's get this show on the road here. These batteries should not have deteriorated too much. And we have our battery tester. We're just dropping everything today, aren't you? Good. 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 And good. All right. This might do a sad chime when I plug the batteries in, because these computers are weird and they'll scare the crap out of you. Look at that, didn't do it. All right, so now we need to plug the video port here and the keyboard into here, and power into my power supply, which is not screwed in or grounded, but let's see if this wants to work. Fan turned on. You can just hear that power supply. eMachine's graphics card, we're using the same graphics card as before. Let's boot to that System 6 image. Using the same memory we had before. I am not lifting up the Molar Mac. Are you freaking kidding me? No. You could tell the fan is on because of the incredible noise. What? Why the hell are you rebooting? Something ain't happy. What the fudge is going on with this? Wiggle the RAM. I don't know. That was very strange. I think my workbench is just cursed, is all. Bruce! You got yourself in a nice little loop there! I think the video card works beautifully. What are you talking about? It's the original card that came with the other machine. It's not like I don't have 8 billion others to test. If it does, Rudy, I'm getting the hell out of here. What the hell? Don't you reboot now. There you go. We just need you to stay operational long enough to help confirm our assumption here. Because I don't have another Mac II to test with. Hey, Charlie. So, none. RAM. Go. So usually it fails on the 4th pattern. Second pattern's complete. Testing with the 3rd pattern. It says bank B, but there's nothing in bank B. Testing with pattern 4. Yeah, it says it's bad. Okay. I don't think the memory is actually bad. I'd like to think that there's another issue because I am dumb. Let's try one more thing. I have memory from a Mac SE30 here. That's another 4 modules. It would be highly unlikely that of the random memory modules I'm pulling from in this basement, that all of them are bad. And let's put them in slot B, just for the heck of it. The special black RAM Terminator. No, it's not a 2FX, don't worry. you crazy kids and your music. Crazy kids and your scuzzy Terminators. Okay, let's can we get this camera any closer to that monitor? Yeah, like me standing on a ladder to take a picture of the moon. Alright, let's try again. Yeah, we will swap the power supply. I will put the processor upgrade in this machine, see if it acts any differently. We're gonna go through some of this stuff systematically. First, I just want to boot to regular old System 6 just to see how much memory we're working with here, see what it recognizes. Steven's Junk Stuff, I like that name. No worries, Steven, thank you very much for the super chat. Eep! YouTube takes 40% of it anyway. But every penny helps. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see how much memory it sees. 5 megabytes. Okay. So we have 4 ones. And then the 4 I just added in are a total of 1 megabyte. Because that was from the Mac SE? I don't know. Something like that? Sure. Why not? Because the fan is running. That's why it's loud. Right, so we're going to shut down. And we're going to start it up again. Now we're going to... Why start now troubleshooting systematically? Because I've run out of options. And now that I have 2 of these damn suckers on my desk, I don't want them on there longer than they need to be. Oh, no worries, Rudy. Thank you very much for the super chat. Eep! But that goes for anybody. If you can't afford to support me, that's okay. You don't gotta do it. It's a very, 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 very kind gesture. But you do not feel obligated. But thank you very much for your support. Every dollar does help support these shenanigans because I had to buy solder and flux and all these tools and junk like that. So very much appreciate it. Thank you. The spirit of Steve Jobs compels you to silence the fans, and then the power supply will explode. So let's say none. Let's do the RAM test again. Go. Well, thank you, Ruth. So I don't know if that animation is correct. It is testing 5 megabytes of memory, but I don't know if it's actually, because the top bank says, see, now it says all tests passed. See, this is why I don't believe this thing. This is why I don't believe this thing. All I did was add a megabyte of memory of 4 256 SIMs to Bank B, and now the test is happy. Maybe that's just the requirement for a Mac 2 or something, but it says all tests pass. All things must pass. Snooper is a lying piece of crap. So I don't think the memory is bad. Yeah, needed that RAM termination. Holy crap. Maybe that's why okay. The machine shuts off when you quit the program. That's neat. That Mac Portable is going to curse me just for fun there, Bill. Don't spend it all on place, buddy. Thank you, Ian. Yep. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. All right, so I want to do a test here because I'm curious if that accelerator card works on this machine. Okay, the reason I'm going to put it in this machine is SCSI works on this machine, so I don't have to worry about setting up a system folder on a floppy or if it's going to be incorrect or anything like that. I'm just going to double check the SCSI fuse. I think this is the SCSI fuse. Now this fuse is fuse 1 on my machine is blown and fuse 2 on the other machine is blown. Well, between myself, I have 2 good fuses. What the hell is wrong with this thing? Anyway, let's get the processor up out of here. Yes, I will spray some contact cleaner on the memory slots for sure. So I'm going to take my processor out. Silly me, Bill, thinking that all of this was buttoned up. I swear I remember testing it. I guess my brain is faulty. Maybe my memory test is bad. Do they make snooper tests for, like, adults? It would boot up and just say, error, right away. You just eep at me. Don't do what I'm doing, obviously. Because, you know, bad. Usually the Mac IIs aren't a problem, so that'll be funny if this becomes a problem, but the portable works fine. Yeah, sorry, I'm pulling things out of things. All right, so let's put that processor upgrade. That's in the supporting box here. Oh Lord. Put the box back. That's okay, the box is empty. All right, so here's the upgrade. Again, we're going to test this in my machine to see if this upgrade wants to work at all. All right, that went in pretty smoothly. And now we're going to boot this thing up. We're going to use that special floppy that should boot. The only monitor I have that's working right now with this setup is that CRT. So that's far away, and I'm sorry, I will try and describe it. Okay. Mac bottom. Oh, the hard drive. Open that thing up and spin it, Ian, or bring it over here. We'll do it on live stream and get dumb together. That'll be fun. All right, let's power this thing up in 3, 2, 1. Oh, it helps if the keyboard's plugged in, and it also helps if the power cord is plugged in. Thank you, Gut Bomb. Eep. Oh, that was not good. See what you did? No chime. No chime. Wouldn't surprise me if we had to reset the PRAM. Yep, there, now it chimes. So I'm going to boot up the same Sonnet Allegro floppy that was failing on the other system. Let's see if it does anything different on mine. Nope, same exact damn problem. Okay, let's turn this off. Let's appreciate your mathematics. Let's see if my SCSI wants to work here. Again, no chime. That's very reassuring. We have the blue SCSI light up. And the screen is dead. What the hell? Let's turn this off. No chime again. Let me do something here. Let's unplug this sucker. For all I know, there's a bad solder joint on this little upgrade card or something. no chiming. I don't know what the hell's going on. I swear too much? Are you kidding? We're basically PG rated over here, pal. We're not getting anything on the screen now. What the hell? Huh. PG84. Remove battery. Oh yeah, Ian, totally. I want to see what's on there too. Bring it over. We'll play with it. What the fudge? So, right now, this upgrade card is acting identical in both systems. So, unfortunately, I have a feeling that there is a problem with the card. I haven't inspected this thing closely, but it looks to be in great shape to me. There are some bodge wires. But I guess we could inspect it under the microscope. There we go. I bent one pin. Great. We'll put it back. There we go. Good as new. All right. So yeah, I don't see any pins that are touching or anything like this. But let's see. Trying to see if I can see anything wrong with this thing. I mean, there's two 10 microfarad, I guess 10 volt capacitors on here, which look fine. They appear to be tantalum. I don't think they have shorted. Let's see if they have continuity. Because I don't actually believe the memory is wrong. And now, besides the SCSI not working on the other system, this card was the only change that we did. Nope. Nope, we're not getting continuity, so I don't think that's shorted. Oopsies. It did for a bit. Oh, Ian, love it. No. The pin was bent when I removed it from here because I was dumb. But I mean, all the pins look fine. They're not hurt or anything like that. Camera's not going to focus. I apologize, but take my word for it. The pins look great. But something is causing this machine to act weird, and I don't know, Bill, if you know any history behind this processor card. It was in a box with a floppy disk. I'm going to look at it under the microscope, which means we're going to have to move two of these massive damn systems out of the way. Oh, boy. Yeah, we could see, Bruce, if maybe there's something we could spot, but my goodness. Oh, boy. Let me find a place to put my Mac II. I'm seeing doubles. 2 Mac IIs. Let's move this bad boy out of the way. Yeah, I love the compact machines. I mean, I do love the form factor of these, but they're huge. I totally get it if you want more than like, what is it, 3 Nuba slots? And if you're a weirdo who just likes to collect these things like I am. But alright, let's take a look. Oh boy. Whenever people will ping me and go, "Are you doing repairs?" And I'll be like, "No." And they ask why. This will be my video I respond to them with. Because things work until they don't. And then it's like, it's not anyone's fault. It's just that's the way things work sometimes. Let me plug in the microscope. That would help. Is that the microscope plug? Here we go. All right. Because it's old stuff. You never know what's going to go on it. So. Oh yeah, the 840AVs are great when they work. Alright, so let's take a look at this thing here. Alright. So, I can see this pretty clearly. And looks like that trace was severed intentionally. And then bodged all the way over here. See? So I don't know if this thing was monitored. I mean, these look pretty factory traces, but who knows? Really, who knows? So this line goes all the way over here, taps right onto this leg, and this line from this leg goes all the way over here, and taps onto the processor here. These all look fine. They don't look crusty or anything. I will give them a little gentle tap, but these sure look like they were not done by a hobbyist, because it's too clean for that. Oh, look at this. We have a crossed pin. Well, that's something you don't see every day. And it's severed. All right. Well, that would certainly cause us a problem here. Now, would it? This is going to be fun to fix now, isn't it? And, it's really difficult to see this from the top here because of just the way it's laid out. But that could certainly be the cause of why this thing is acting so weird. All right. So maybe that's why this thing was in that box and not used for all these years. So we're going to try this very carefully. What I like to do is put a scalpel in here and just suggest it turn. Yeah, because that is certainly touching that pin. That's why you always check the corners of these things. And of course, this is the last thing that I looked at because it was in that box and I was really concerned with getting the computer working before I was concerned with getting this working. All right, let's try this very carefully here, because I do not want to break this pin off of this processor. Those are garbage. We're not going to be using those. These are also garbage. Where the hell are my good tweezers? Oh boy. I had my tools somewhere. Oh. Had those metal ones. They have a good grip. You know what? This might work. No, the accelerators are great. What are you talking about, Mark? No, see, that's way too big. They're great when they work. All right, let's see. We want to do this carefully. We don't want to break this. I'm going to go blue SCSI sticker. Will that work? Let's see. No, that's not going to work. Because the tweezers won't even fit in there, so... Popular? What did I do? Whatever they said, it's not true, I swear. Oh yeah, look at that. So yeah, this needs to move away from there and then get soldered back onto there. Okay. Sorry, Joe. There's a lot of chat. Desolder both pins, move on to the next, resolder the rest. That is not a bad idea at all, Joe. But these pins are very close to each other. So to show an example of that, here's my scalpel. And it can barely fit between those two pins. My scalpel also has a lot of flux and gunk on it. I also hate desoldering these pins. See, I think if I... Oh, this scalpel blade is broken. So let's get a nice sharp one here. Listen to Joe. All right. My concern is if I heat this up, this leg is going to join itself to here. And then I'll have more problems. Let me just see how loose this is. The answer is not at all. It's like really wedged under there. Don't listen to Tom. Oh boy. Alright, we'll do it Joe's way. And let's try and focus this down. It's at an angle, so it's not good to begin with to get focus on, but I don't even know where my solder is. What the hell? What the hell? There it is. Ugh. All right, let's see. I'm gonna have to try and lift this little pin up here, aren't I? Without hurting it. Oops, bridged. I think that's the bottom of the pin that we just found. Okay. That doesn't do me much good, but didn't do the board much good either. Let's try and wick away some of this here. Yeah, we're gonna wick it. We're gonna wick it. I just wanted to see what we're dealing with. And the crowd, hush goes over the crowd. And the fun part is not to wick any of the other pins, because then you got a problem. My friends are smarted. That's why I listen to them. Okay, that might be loose there. Wicked good. Yeah, it's just slightly still there. There it is. Now it's loose. Okay. So now that pin is loose, just gonna nudge that over there. And this guy is still... Yeah, this is almost like it's soldered together. It's very strange the way this is. It's crammed in there. So let's lift this up slightly. See if that alleviates any of the pressure. No, it does not seem to... Yeah, this is like... That's super strange. It's almost like they're soldered together. Yeah. All right. So that's probably because of stuff. So let's I like that excuse. It's probably because of stuff. If I just heat this up enough. Danger, he's left-hand soldering now, folks. I really wish I could keep this thing. There we go. All right, let's keep that there. It's very hard to see it. I apologize. I need it to be in focus for me, and sometimes that's not in focus for the camera. So, quite a humdickle of a pickle we got ourselves in here, huh? Yeah, I mean, the second pin is completely lifted off the board, Eric. If it's very difficult to see, so I apologize if you. I have the depth here of the optical thing here, but let me just try and yeah, make sure there's nothing going on here. A little bit better, but still it's not releasing. We might have to use the heat gun here. Yeah. So let's I hope we don't blow anything else out while we're doing this, but yeah, that's doing it. It's hard. I need a third hand. The wife will love to come down and help with this. Nothing's gonna blow off. I'm just blowing it a little bit in this section. I think that's about it. Yep, it's free. Yay! Alright. Whew! Boy. My wife's play was excellent. Let's fix this, then I'll go into details on that. I do not want to bend that any more than I have to. I will attach a little trace to that because I do not want to bend that metal and just break it, and then we'll have ourselves an even worse situation than we do now. So, okay. And the crowd goes wild! Yay! I'll cheer once the damn thing boots. Now to get teeny tiny wire. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, Joe, for the suggestion. And whoever recommended heat, I think it was Eric or somebody. Thank you for the suggestion as well. Okay, so I know it sort of looks ugly just hanging in the wind there, but I also do not want to risk harming that anymore. So what we'll do is we'll just tack a little wire onto there and then tack it on to there. In fact, reverse order will probably work the best for that. Yay! Alright, so what I'll actually do is burn the enamel off of this wire, which Garth loves me doing, by the way. Ah, I love the smell of burning plastic there. And I'm going to curve this just a little bit so this acts sort of like a leg. All right. So look at that right there. And there's also a little thing right there I could have put the trace into, but okay, so now I need to solder that to that. Just add a little blob there and I'll snip it off. Look at that, the heat was enough to make trouble. Yay! Trouble. Oh, damn it. Come on. We're so close to being done with this. And then we caused a problem. Yay, solder bridge. You know, this is supposed to be a simple stream. Relatively. Okay. Back to the hole. Let's try this again. Let's hook this behind there. And then hook this down. There, I think that has it. Let me just hold this down. Make sure this one is good too. Yeah, that's, I don't think, going anywhere. So now the fun part is snipping this, and I think my snips are in the car because VCF. Dang it. Oh boy, I have another pair, which is probably also in the car. But let's find it. Oh, fish heads, fish heads. I have scissors. That's not going to do it. I think I have a pair over here. Let me just get them 1 second. I'll be right back. I have them. It's never ever simple. Okay, so let's snip that off. All right. That should be good. Let's take a look at it. If you could find all of those Power Macs and get them out of the basement in time before I notice, I think that's more of like my own fault. All right, so let's make sure we don't have any other bent pins. And again, this board's at an angle, so sorry that it was sort of hard for you to see that there. All right. That'd be cool if this works now, right? Okay. Let's turn off off the soldering iron here. Hopefully we're done with that for the evening. Just goes to show you, always check the darn pins. You never know if that's going to be a problem. No, I don't think it was bad from the factory. It was in a box with a floppy disk in a little anti-static bag, so at one point it could have just got bumped. I don't know, the entire history of it, but now, since my processor is already removed, we're going to test it in this system first. And then if we're successful, we'll put it in the other one. So, all right, so that's seated well. Yeah, it's weird. That bodge is like not really an area you would touch, but I guess you never know. So, okay. We have video. We have keyboard and mouse. We have a scalpel falling on the ground. We have a USB cable falling on the ground. It's your typical Mac 84 live stream. All right. We need our floppy MU plugged in. And let's plug our blue SCSI in, just for funsies. Actually, let's just do the floppy first. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Hey, Carl, how's it going? Oh, I just got a crick in my neck. Okay. I can't watch the bending back. What'd I do? My ass? My ass? Did you see my ass? Oh, the solder. No, we're fine. We're good. We all good. Thanks to Joe and friends. Thanks to all of y'all for being cool. All right, let's plug this sucker in. Power it on. Not a chime. It's always encouraging. You get any video on the monitor? No. Why should we? Let's try again. Really would like to know why it doesn't chime sometimes. Lucia, if I knew, I would tell you. All I know is things are happening. That's not exciting. I mean, that's not good. I mean, the floppy MU is getting enough voltage. Let me manually reset the PRAM by unplugging everything and the batteries. Oh boy. I mean, it didn't look like it was done purposefully. But Colin, you bring up a good point. We don't know. And I've never seen another example of this. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. I just simply don't know. That certainly didn't look factory to me with the way that was bridged under there. If you wanted to bridge those two together, there are two via points on that board. I would assume they would have just placed a wire right between the two of them. Try shorting those two pins as a test. Sure, I got a multimeter probe. Just shove it right in there. Nope, didn't make a difference. Could be dust on the connector, who knows. I could try reseating it yet again. Gosh, this board has a lot of flux on it. Give your dog a treat. Maybe that'll be good karma. All right, I'm gonna plug the blue scuzzy in because I'm curious if we're getting termination power, and we are. This doesn't have a programmer switch, does it? No, it does not. Oh yeah, they're right here. Okay, if I press the restart, we get a chime. Let's see if we get any video. I don't see any video. I'm plugged into the wrong damn monitor. You freaking idiot. I plugged into the VGA because, you know, brain. That would explain a lot. You stupid moron. Alright, let's plug this thing in again to the CRT. See if we get the eMachine splash screen. We don't, but if we push the reset button, it does do a chime, but I don't know if that... Yeah. So we push the reset button. It does that. Now this is on my machine, but we're just testing the card, remember? So now I'm going to go to boot. I'm going to go to that Allegro disk. Let's see, our mouse moves. Let's see, it's probably counting all 5 megabytes of memory. And it's trying to boot. Let's see if it freezes at the same damn point. I think it's getting further, folks. Track 38, side 0. It's still stalled there, but... Let me just let it sit there for a bit. Yes, the Mac II has its batteries in there. See? Look at all the double A's I shoved in there. It's fine. It's totally fine. Maybe there's something wrong with the floppy. Let me turn this off. And let's just try to boot from a regular System 6 disk. That's a great question. I will try and look. So we have regular System 6 disk image, which booted on this machine before. Oh, look at that. A rows illegal instruction. Yeah, something is wonky with this thing. Yeah, something is very unhappy with this upgrade card, unfortunately. Because it's not booting unless we reset it to force it to reboot. Let's see if that snooper disk will even launch. Because that's like a bare minimum. If that doesn't boot, then we know there's something screwed up with this card, unfortunately. And maybe if we look, we'll find something else. Who knows? Yeah, it's weird. It's like getting stuck reading the floppy. Like, it can't execute. Like, something is really unhappy here. So this is track 41, side 0, and it's just stalling out here. It shouldn't happen. Alright, so let's undo this. Let's shut this off. Unplug it. Damn, I thought that would be it. Let's just do a continuity test here. If it's not booting up and chiming regularly, I would rule out any sort of software type issue. Okay, so those pins are separated. And they're going where they should go. No, it wouldn't need drivers. If the machine is not booting properly and it's halting on boot, that's a hardware problem. The chime means, hey, everything's okay, we're good to go. So if we're not getting that, that's a serious issue. Unless there's some documentation somewhere, which I doubt, that says, hey, you know, the machine won't chime when you boot it. That's normal. I would not expect that. No, I don't think it's a System 7 or 7.5 thing. I do not. All the accelerators that I've used, I've never had one that refuses the damn thing to chime. But let's take this thing off again. And see if we could find out what's going on, if there's anything else that looks troublesome. Or maybe we just have the deoxit or something, or a pin is loose, or anything is possible, I suppose. And I looked before the stream and I couldn't find my Pico fuses. I know I ordered some years ago, but it looks like I'll have to order more, which is fine. Actually, it's not fine. It's probably going to cost me double what I bought them last time. Lousy world. All right, let's move this thing off the desk again. Yes, I have tried turning it off again. Yeah, exactly. There should be a chime. Okay, let's try this again. That's just some goop there. So this is what we did last time. So there's some flux on there, but multimeter says everything's connected properly, and we will test this with the super sharp probes Garth gave me. Paper clips make a really good fuse. You know, Bruce, you give me a lot of great advice over the years. I don't know if that's one I traditionally follow. I mean, we did blast the area with heat, but not really a lot. Yeah, so that's connected okay. It's so weird because this thing is like at an angle. Let's take a look at these pins. Maybe one's cracked or something. I doubt it because this thing looks like it's never been used, like it was in that box. Or maybe it got busted by a previous owner. Who knows? I mean, that trace cut looks factory. I mean, some of these look like not the cleanest solder jobs, but they don't necessarily look like they're old. I wouldn't necessarily think these would have cracked solder joints, but you never know. They don't look perfect, but they don't look cracked either. I mean, I guess I'm trying to talk myself out of wanting to resolder every single one of them. No worries, Windows fan. Take care. Eep. Thank you very much. Thank you for the for the super chat there. Appreciate it. So the way this is set up here, so everything is. All the pins look fine. None of them are bent or broken or anything. Oh boy. This little U1 chip. I'm curious what the heck is under there. Yep. It's a GAL 20RA10B. And I think that's a 5 or an S or a 6. Yeah, 614H0 M2-U1. Yeah, so if that's helpful to anybody in the future. No, it's a 5. Yeah, that's the whole kit and caboodle there. We'll put that back like nothing ever happened. But fancier. Okay. Not getting good focus on this. I think it's just I have this set at the wrong height, which is not helpful. Yeah, I'm really stumped with this one, folks. Also looks like something was drilled there. Do you see that? Right next to this blue wire, it looks like a hole was drilled to that via. What the hell? Look at that, yeah. To sever the trace to the other side, look at that. A hole was drilled, folks. What kind of weird upgrade is this thing? We have 2 factory changes. Oh boy. What the hell? What in the hell? It's 1995, folks. You couldn't get your crap together. So that's going to there, and then that goes all the way to there. Let's just nudge these pins, I guess. I don't. Yeah, the speed holes, they make the processor go faster. Just very lightly dragging this to see if any of them move, because they shouldn't. Yes, this is very strange, folks, because I've tested this on 2 machines, and both of them, well, in the other state it didn't do it, but let's see what, there was a good question of like what pins they were, so we have to count counterclockwise, correct, on these things? So here's the little divot. I would assume that's pin 1. Unless we see elsewhere on the silk screen, I believe that is pin 1 up there. So you're not supposed to drill through PCBs. Oopsie doodle. So let's see here. I don't have a problem reflowing the pins if I know that's, you know, potentially a fix, but we don't know this yet, so. So let's see. This is a 68030, I'm assuming. So this is pin 1. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Pin 18 and pin 19. Pin 18 and pin 19. I mean, for all I know, the machine requires upgraded ROMs. I could not find any documentation on this, but let me Let's do a live Google search now, because that's, why not? Let's see. Sonnet Allegro 030. There's an Allegro Mac SE30. PDS card. Nope. Wouldn't it be funny if this is for a different system? No, that looks different. Mac upgrade cards. Sonnet technology. Let's see if... Allegro Mac II. Here it is. That looks similar to this. The processor. Okay, so the Sonnet Allegro. Yeah, let me just share my damn screen. That's more interesting than you staring at whatever this is. So it says this is a 33 megahertz 030 and PMMU to allow installation of additional memory and the use of virtual memory via software. The card plugs into the CPU socket, replacing the 68020. Speed boosts provided by manufacturer. PMMU allows system to virtual memory. No official support, blah, blah, blah. System 0s, System 6 through 7. The original cost is not there. Huh. Yeah, so this looks identical, and it's named Mac 2 on it, so, you know, my previous assumption of maybe it's not is for this system is different. But they made one for the LC2, which looks really funny, because I don't think that's the right... Yeah, no, this plugs into the PDS socket. That's not the right picture for it. But, yeah, they made one for the SE, which replaces or adds to the memory. And they made one for the SE30. I guess this could work in the SE30. No. I think they're just reusing the damn picture. Yeah, so this disk has an Allegro file on it. But the problem is the damn system is not even chiming with the thing installed, which to me is a huge red flag. And even if I bypass it, if I press reset and I try and boot from that, it hangs. Even though the disk flux copied 100% fine, it didn't give us any errors or anything else. And do I have a Infinite Mac on here? Well, I'm about to. Infinite Mac. Let's do a fun test here. So we're gonna boot up Infinite Mac with let's say System 608. Come on. I did shove the multimeter to rebridge those two pins, but it didn't seem to solve the problem. And then, you know, we were also, that's how we originated this. But so I dragged a disk image into there, and that didn't do anything. Let's try System 7. All right, so this is a disk image, copy to Mac. Why aren't you doing it? Come on. Are you kidding me? Oh, all right. Okay, so let me fix this. Give me a second. I think I have this on my blog thingamajig dealy somewhere. I always forget. I think it's like DCP. Well, it does differ. So let me just confirm this. Here we go. So it's DIMG dcopy. Okay. Nope. It's always like a space or something. Are you kidding me? There we go. Okay, let's try this again. Why? Let's try the other one. We're not going to get anything done on this stream today, are we? So let's try this again. Save. I mean, no. Really? Oh boy. I think 18 and 19 I said, Jack? Sorry, let me read the damn chat. Yeah, we could try other things. I mean, maybe I documented it wrong in my blog. So you want to say, instead of D copy, you want to say DDSK. Well, it's just copying it. Yeah, now it's happy. All right, so this is what that contained. Thank you for the tip in the chat. So we have, I think it's system 6. Yeah, we have system 608. And then we have this Allegro 2 extension and a Mode 32 extension. So this is a system extension from 1996, Allegro Mac II extension version 1.2. And Mode 32 is by Connectix Corporation, version 7.5. So everything appears to be okay here as a working system folder, but we're running into some sort of weird hardware thing that maybe the manual would have covered. Is it really on there? Is it really on there, Jack? Because now I'm going to go to this, was it Sonnet Technologies? I'm going to just butcher the spelling of that. And go back to like 1998 or so. Because this thing was sold. Let's go to 96. Why the hell not? 97. Here we go. Let's see if there's a manual or anything like that. I doubt there is, but you know. Just $1,000 for a card like that? How about that? Price list, software updates, product information. Allegro 2. So this is not compatible with the 68851 upgrade, which I don't think that has, but we could double check. Just plugs in, replacing the existing processor. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. Let's see if that differs in any way. Oops. What did it do? I hate that. Sometimes I'll unstuff the damn. Let's just put that in there. Let's just unstuff it in here so we can close the folder and open it up again. And there it is. So yeah, all that came with was an extension. Maybe the mode 32 thing we should remove. I don't know. I don't think it would be tripping it up that early in the boot process because it didn't even load the darn disk yet. So I don't think that's a problem. So let me compare. So my Mac 2 is an 800K Mac 2. I'm going to compare the ROM numbers and the memory manager numbers and see if they're the same. Although we did try this on both and it's still giving us the same issue. But I'm just curious just to rule out anything on that other system. So that's the, what is it? The 68851. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, boy. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you looking. All right, so on their system, the UG11 chip is by IMP Incorporated with a 1987 date. Mine is a VSLI chip with a 1986 date. So my machine is slightly earlier, but we both have 6881 chips on there. My Apple Sound chip appears to be different, but that's okay. And the U1110 appears to be the same. Now let me double check my ROMs, see if they're the same. Because the ROMs would also have to be updated if you were doing an upgrade or something like that. Okay, so their ROMs say 87 on them. Did I take a picture of... Yeah, there it is. So theirs has a date of 83 to 87, and so do mine. Let's see if the numbers match up. 106, 105... 107, 10, 106, 105. That should have a... Yep, they all seem to be the same part numbers. So I don't think that's causing an issue. This is so weird. Well, let's just keep looking at this thing, because it looks like we have the right software. Sorry, I didn't scroll down the chat because again, YouTube is being dumb. Let me close this stupid YouTube thing and open it up again because it is not working. Yeah, mine certainly does, Bruce. Because I can't do 800K drives. I don't have any upgraded RAMs or anything like that. Okay, sorry. Okay, so let's take a look at this darn thing again. I know that's ugly looking, but that's all flux there. I could clean that off. Any suggestions from the chat? Because I have no idea what the hell could be causing this. Certainly a weird thing to be happening, huh? Because it's just halting. I mean, I forget what it was doing. Yeah, I mean, before it was halting too, but at least it would chime. And now it's not chiming at all, but it could just be a bad connection. Or a pin just is like not 100% happy. I guess I could reflow all of these, but let me do a super zoom in here with this stable. And we're going to look at each and every one of these damn things. Ow. I mean, they don't look the shiniest, but they don't necessarily look cracked. Like, there's some discoloration, but, like, I don't know. I mean, this one has, like, a little bit of whatever going on with it. But I don't necessarily see cracking. I see, like, streaks and speckles. You know, this is all my fault because I told Mike, I said, if the Mac II is an easy fix, we'll move on to your IIsi power supply. Obviously, that's not the case. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours now. Why is this not... Hold on, the light to my little thing here is a bit discombobbled. If anybody sees anything, give a shout. So I'm bewildered. I guess I could do a continuity test on every single one of these damn pins, Bruce. It sure has been a while. Not going to do it on a Tuesday night, I can tell you that. Hope you like beeping noises. Beep, 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 beep. All I know is the individual that Bill got this from was a serious Macintosh collector. And that this Sonnet card and the floppy disk was in that little original box. Now, if I'm a collector, I would likely want to soup up my machine. So, to me, that makes me think there was a reason why this was in the box. Maybe they weren't ready to do the upgrade. Maybe they got it as a part and they didn't test it yet. Or maybe there was a problem with it. Not saying that they knew there was a problem with it, but we're certainly experiencing a problem with it. Because on 2 machines we've tried. And it's not happy, so... But besides the SCSI bus, the system without the upgrade card does seem to be performing fine. And thank you again, Garth, for the donation of these pins for the multimeter. They are super sharp and very helpful. So those, I believe, the pins that were messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We're 18 and 19 on the 68030. Pins 18 and 19 on a 68030. I don't know necessarily what those pins are, but if they were like voltage and something else, I guess they could have caused a problem. But the system also did kind of chime with it at one point, I think. But how far it gets seems to be a peripheral issue, not a CPU, but you're only swapping CPU modules booting. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's not chiming, which is concerning, because that usually is like the Mac's way of saying, hey, I'm good, I'm ready to boot. And we're not even getting to that. And I don't understand, if they would have factory bodged this, why they would have twisted this pin under that. That seems very dangerous. And especially since these 2 points are right here, I would just put a little pin between them, or a little jumper or something. That's what I would do. And I'm sure that's what any factory would have done if they had a factory issue with this. But who knows? Maybe those touching caused an issue. It's very possible. We have some resistors here. We have 2 capacitors here. The only other thing I can think of is reflowing every single one of these pins, and I'm not actually sure if that would cause an issue. I mean, some of them don't look beautiful, but they don't look messed up. And they are attaching on this little riser type deal. So, I mean, could be there's a dirty piece of hair or something in the slot. I don't know. I'm not seeing any corrosion. I mean, I am seeing some like gunk, just like little dust or whatever, but it is a relatively simple board. Count the pins going into the logic board to make sure one isn't missing. No, they're all there. And if we get our processor here, this is the original processor. This is for mine at least. And all the pins are happy. We could give it a little contact clean if I knew where the heck I put my contact cleaner. I feel like I stumbled across it, but I could just, brush it. I've done this before, just with some alcohol. And I don't think it would make much sense to tone out each one of these, because they look okay, and it, usually you have to reflow pins where there's been a lot of stress. And I don't know if I necessarily see signs of that stress. So yeah. Very neat and tidy bodges they did, I must say. Let's test those. Any ideas, anybody? 'Cause I'm running out of them. That's certainly working. And so is that one. So both those bodges are going where they should. I'm not going to undo those bodges because there's a reason why they are there. And they look pretty factory to me, or they were very skillfully done by somebody. And I don't have another reference of this card other than that one from every Mac. Let's see. Sonnet, Mac, let's see, Doubler, Mac II, Allegro. Let's see if we get any photos. There's one on this forum, which looks to be for the Mac IIX or SE30. And it looks identical, but does not have those bodges. But that the card is slightly different. Let's see if we could find any images. Of course, Sonnet made a SATA or USB thing that's named Allegro, so there goes all of that. If anybody has one of these cards, I would love to take a look at it, because the one I see online right now differs from this one, sadly. That's for an SE30, and although it's very similar, yeah, it does boot fine with the original processor. Alright, well, we could reflow this. I honestly don't think it's going to do anything, because 90% of these look fine. But I'm running out of ideas, and I'm all ears if anybody else has any ideas. But that's where we are tonight. And I'm actually running out of flux. So that's what I'll have to do, I guess. I'm not sure what you mean about that comment about the advertisements. Just trying to spread. I cannot speak recently. Maybe I'm just having a stroke. I don't know. I'm not joking about that. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what's going on. Probably just because I'm tired. And my brain sometimes works faster than my mouth can. Yeah, the EEPROM could be toast, but there's... I mean... I don't know if my EEPROM adapter has a reader for that chip. I guess if this doesn't work, we could investigate that, but... Is that an EEPROM, or is it a GAL or a PAL or one of those things? I think Joe said it was like a fancier version of an EEPROM, so I don't know if my reader can actually read that without that. And I you know, it's sort of just guessing at this point. You know, not that I'm saying I'm not poo-pooing anybody's ideas, but I'm just curious, because I assume that EEPROM is there for like the virtual memory management and stuff. I don't necessarily know if like if it's called on when the system boots, but what do I know? What I do know is I melted that that a little bit, because I did. Some of these are fun, and by fun I mean not fun. This must be like a grounder or something. That was not fun to reflow. So how's everyone doing? Everyone have a good weekend? I was at the VCF East show, and that was a fun time. It was a busy weekend, but it was a fun weekend. I say that as if I'm going to read the chat at this moment, but I'm very invested. 1, that chip is bad. 2, your reader can't read it properly. Thank you, Joe. Good to know that that's out of the options. Thank you, Joe. Joe's my friend. He knows things. I can tell which ones I reflowed already because they look worse than they did originally. I never want to have to do something like this again. This is tedious. This is not what I would consider enjoyable. Oh boy, we're in the home stretch, I think, folks. And we need more flux. Where did I put the flux? Where the flux is the flux. Bye, Joe. Well, there is an original Mac II, and it had an upgrade card in it that goes to an 030. So we're trying to figure out why the card isn't working, and it's making the system not want to boot. Like, it doesn't chime. If we force it to reset, it will chime, but that's not the normal expected behavior. So something weird is going on, and we tried it in my computer, my Mac II. So we know that the Mac II is doing this, is probably okay, because it would be very odd that both working Mac II systems would have the same exact condition once the upgrade card is installed. So the shared concern here is that there's something wrong with its upgrade card. So we're reflowing every single pin here. I almost said a word there. It's not really my idea of a fun time, but we're doing it anyway. I think we're almost done here. I think we have these few to go here. And I think that's all of them. To clean this up though. ant explosion? I don't know what I said. What do you mean the passive components? You mean like the little caps and stuff like that? That all seems fun. And you know, the only reason I'm reflowing the pins here is because some of them didn't look the best, but also this is the only stress point on the board. Everything else is just sort of hanging in there. It wouldn't really had pressure put on it. Nobody would have been inserting or rejecting it or anything like that. It's very possible a resistor could have gone bad or a capacitor or something, but I'm not seeing any of that necessarily. So, I mean, there also was that bent pin, which could have shorted something out. Who knows? I really just don't have enough information to know, unless that those pins were bad or something like that. Yes, Sean. All right, so we're just gonna try and dry out some of the isopropyl alcohol here, and the flux that was on this board. It's not going to cause us any problems, but you just want to be super sure. All right, let's move the microscope out of the way. Let's get back to this view here. We're going to plug this machine in again, and we're going to hope it does something positive. I'd like a positive change here for once, huh? All right, so we're going to get my computer here. And excuse me, just make sure there's nothing there. Now, there could be some cracked solder joints elsewhere. I don't know, but we're going to just try this. So this fits in like this. I believe that's the, yeah, because there's one registering pin in the center, so this is the only way this could go in. And that fits in pretty snugly there, so that's good. Anyone to help me add an MMU chip to a JCM-1 computer? You don't even have video yet, but you know what. Joe, if I would help you, if I could help you, I would do it. 2 battery holders. Does it really need 6 volts? Technically, I think it only needs 1 set of batteries, but it needs that to jumpstart the power circuitry on these early Mac II systems. So yes, unfortunately, that's totally a thing. Blame Apple. All right, so that's plugged in. You know what? I would really like to have a screw there, but whatever. We're going to plug in our old monitor. I said we're going to plug in our old monitor. There we go. We're going to plug in our floppy emulator here. And I think that's good. We're ready for power. Let's plug her in. Let's turn it on. Still no damn chime. Oh boy. Let me just leave it on for a second. Yes, Ian, thank you. Yeah, these systems need the battery to turn on. It's just how they were designed. It's not anything broken. I'm just replacing those with, instead of battery holders, I'm just using these because that's what I had at the time. This is my personal machine, not the other one. So it's doing the exact same damn thing it did before after I reflowed everything. The processor is getting warm. I wouldn't say hot. It's getting warm. Yeah, the other chips are getting warm. I will push that restart button just for funsies. You know, that website didn't say anything special about RAM requirements or anything like that, so I wouldn't expect it to. So if we force restart it, we can see that screen. Let's try and boot this Allegro disk image and sees what happens. It'll probably freeze just like it did before. Yeah, track 40, track 39. Let's see what it settles on here. It's still reading tracks. So it's not like it's stuck yet. Oh shit, we got to the desktop. What the hell? We got to the desktop, it's recognizing all the memory. What the fudge? Let's restart. It's weird. It's very weird. Let's try starting up with system 608 like we did before and see if we get that arrows error, because maybe it's just we don't have the extension, so it doesn't want to boot correctly, and that's the error we'll get. I'm not sure. This is very strange, folks. Well, it certainly didn't hurt Enzo, and I appreciate the suggestion, but see, yeah, it still won't boot cold. So for example, I'm going to turn the power off. Now I'm going to turn it on. Let's see if we hear a chime. What the fudge? What the hell? I mean, we have the PRAM in there, so this will be the ultimate test. Unplug everything. I'm not touching the damn adapter, but I'm undoing the batteries, so anything saved in this PRAM will go bye-bye. So this will simulate a cold boot. So I'm plugging these batteries back in. I wish these were the type with the on-off switch, but I don't have those in this one. Yeah, Schrodinger's Mac. Alright, so we're going to plug in the power again, and we're going to do a chime, and let's see if it chimes. We're going to do boot, see if it chimes. What the hell? So maybe it was the pins? Question mark? Let's turn this off. Let's plug in a blue SCSI for crying out loud. I am flippin' curious. Yeah, it just, they didn't look that bad. But then again, they're much smaller than the cracked solder joints I'm used to looking at. Yeah, I unplugged the power supply, I unplugged both batteries, and I plugged everything back in, and it still chimed afterwards. They call me Nilbud. I'm just going to call you Nilbud for short. So it's booting, well, it tried to boot off of the blue SCSI. I don't think we have the right software for that. Let's boot off of that Allegro floppy again. Yeah, so sorry again, I don't have the screen capture thing set up. So, you know, the monitor and the distance is just how we're doing it right now, and I do apologize. So we're still booting up off, this is the Sonnet Allegro floppy. Best live stream ever. We're not seeing the blue SCSI yet. There she is. Alright, so we have a Mac. Oh yeah, this is my Mac SE disk. I say these things like you could see it. Let's try something else. Let's shut this down. Let's try and get this VGA out working, because I've had it working before on these machines. So let's see if we can get that to work. 7, I think, was this. So let's plug in this adapter, plug in our VGA cable, and turn this on. So that cable goes all the way over here, which then goes under here, I think. Should go directly to this monitor, although it would be funny if I've been assuming the wrong cable this whole time. No, that's the right cable. Input. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. So changing the dip switches on that for the monitor did work. And it's actually booting from the Blue SCSI now, which is interesting. Because this is my SE30 setup. Of course, the color is all blown out. There's not really much I can do about that. Well, Dave, I will forget that instantly. I'm sorry. So it's rebuilding the desktop. Well, most of those are G5s. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 G5s and 3 Mac Pros. They help keep the shelves weighed down. There's a lot more crap where that came from. Look at the duodocs hiding up there. So, reflowing those pins certainly did something. So thank you, Enzo. I was looking at those pins before and they didn't really look problematic, but I guess that was it. Or at least, whatever. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. We'll have to tackle that another day because I don't have the strength right now to tackle that. Well, I like the eMachines video card. It works fine. That's the one we're using right now. Oh my goodness, look at all those icons. Okay, so so that's that. And let's open, I think I have Tattletech on here. That should tell us the processor speed. We need more memory. Okay, well. Oh, jeez, yeah, this is System 7.1 does not have a lot of memory here. So let's do one more experiment here. I want to shut this down. I want to take the SD card out of the Blue SCSI. I want to plug this into our Mac here. And I just want to put a different image on there real quick. So there is an image on the Macintosh Garden that I helped create a while ago that's like System 6 and System 7 on the same one. And I don't know why I can't find anything when I'm looking for it. Oh boy. You know, who needs actual discs when you just use a Blue SCSI with the CD-ROM emulation? I mean, I understand. It's fun to have the real thing, but why the hell can't I find this stupid thing? I know the name for it. I'm searching for this stupid thing. Yeah, here it is. All right, so this is System 6 by default. That's what we want. Save to downloads. It's downloading. I don't think I have enough memory for AUX. All right, so let's unzip this. Of course, the SD card is not being read, so I have to unplug it from this USB adapter and shove it back in and undo this and undo that. And this thing gets all sorts of cranky. There's probably flux all over it. All right, so here's that. We'll say we're just going to move that disk image in that folder so the Blue SCSI won't boot from it. Then we're going to copy over this guy. And this is going to copy over. So just give me a minute here. And what this is doing is there's a clean system, pretty clean System 6 installed with a bunch of utilities. I'm going to install this onto the Blue SCSI. We're going to use that Allegro boot floppy, copy over that system extension. And I want to see if we could get like a stable system booted here. Then the next step is for another stream, we have to fix those fuses on the board. One's for the SCSI, I think, on the other one, because we're not getting any termination power on the SCSI bus. And we need to fix that. But it looks like the processor is at least happy now. I'm going to jinx it. All right, so that's there. Cool. So let's eject the SD card. Let's put that in our Blue SCSI. And let's hope it boots from that. That's so weird the first time it didn't chime. Maybe the PRAM contents was just stuck or something. I really don't know. Anyone's guess. All right. I booted stupid quick, as System 6 usually does. Let's get that floppy in here. And we'll rename this Blue SCSI Mac II. Okay. And in this system folder, this mouse is all bulked up. And this extension is copying over. And we also have mode 32, which I guess I'll put in here as well. And let's restart. Whoa, that was weird. What the fudge was that? What the hell is going on here? What the fudge? I go to the special menu, and I go down, and it just crashes the Finder. Probably because I don't have the right thing. So let's just do a forced shutdown and a forced startup. Let me see if I could zoom the camera in any much. Wow, words. I don't think that's working. Okay, well, we booted. Let's see if it does that weird glitch. Nope, that fixed it, I guess. So we have 5 megabytes of memory. Let's go to our control panel here, see if it added anything. I doubt it did. Nope, we don't have anything special here. That up. Tattletech, I don't know if that'll open on System 6. Yes, it does. Alright, we are, machine is 32-bit capable? No, says Tattletech. It does see the CPU as a 68030 at 31 megahertz. And it does see it with the FPU, so at least we know the processor obviously is working because the computer's operating, but it's identifying that correctly. I don't necessarily know if that 32-bit enabler thing works on this, but that's something at least. I got cheated out of 2 megahertz. You're damn right. Let's go to close that. Let's see something here. Well, we reflowed all the damn pins on it, and then it started working, so... What are we missing here? Oh, we're missing this color. Yeah, we kind of need color. Let's restart. So this is in my machine. It should work on the other, but I do want to troubleshoot that power supply and see why the hell... Yeah, there's the 030 extension, which is cool. But mode 32 has the X through it, which I guess is fine. Maybe it just doesn't work, or... What? Oh, coprocessor not installed. Cool beans. There's too many computers on your desk. Hey, so sorry we didn't get a chance to chat too much at the show. It was super duper busy. I will check out those drives that you dropped off. That was very kind for you to donate. Yeah, is this just not working? Because yeah, I can't even access the control panels now. The whole system freezes up. So that color thing is probably well, that's weird because it should. Well, let's try it this way. I'm just curious now. Let's turn this on. And let's boot from that floppy, like we were doing before. And I'm just curious if we get color on the screen. That's all I'm curious about. But that was very kind of you, Saul. Thank you very much. And hope you had a great show. Hope you saw some cool things. I know consignment was a bit busy, so I'm not sure if you got any goodies to take home. But hope you enjoyed the show, even though it was kind of a rainy weekend. Bring the camera this way. We're probably going to wrap up here in a few minutes. We've been streaming for over 3 hours. We did get the processor card to seemingly work. I still need to look into the power supply and the fuses on the other board. This is still booting. It's just booting slow from the floppy. But progress. We've made progress. Which is not something you could always say on these streams. But it'll help if I can get the cursor going here. We have currently... how many people are watching this thing? That can't be right. 188 concurrent viewers? No. How many people does it say are watching this darn thing? Because YouTube's all borked up, apparently. It's all confused. That can't be right. Are you serious? That's the most viewers I've ever had before. Hi, I'm Steve. Please subscribe. Holy crap. What the hell? I haven't even noticed. I'm so just engrossed in this. Jeez. Thank you. I guess watching a see, now it's doing the thing again. I guess watching a sad Macintosh is good for streams. Now it's stuck on that sector again. So get popular, nerd. Yeah, it's just like frozen again. Reading the boot up disk, so I'm weird. That's all right. Bruce is my father, so we look alike. He's not, but that's a running joke. Hey, dorks. Well, hello, everybody. My goodness. What the hell is life, man? This is weird. I now feel like very self-conscious all of a sudden. I seemingly did, Eric. Because, well, let's try this again. If I boot from the Blue SCSI with that extension on it, we should boot straight up, and it sees it as a 31 megahertz system or whatever the heck. So reflowing every single one of those darn pins seemed to have made it happy, and it actually chimes now. Yeah, now I can't ratchet. People like that. Now I can't wrap up the stream because obviously I'm doing something right. So let's trash this 32-bit mode thing, because I don't think that's making it happy. And that seemingly was not on the original install disk. So let's erase that. Erase that. Let's restart. Bork, 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 bork. I didn't even turn my cool lights on. You folks like RGB lights? So now I got lights. Let's see if it freezes if we go to the control panel again. So if we go to about this, it crashes. Oh my gosh, what the hell? If we go to about the Finder, okay, now it's happy. Oh, this is so weird. I wonder if this is only supposed to work in System 7. It was made in 1995 for crying out loud, or whenever it was. Let's check the website. Does it say anything? Did that archive website say anything about system requirements? I don't think it did. That would have been handy. Let's load this site up again. 100% compatible with the upgrade kit. Blah 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 blah. Also compatible with ConnectX RAM doubler. Easy installation. You just swap it. I don't see. Well, the Mac tracker page says System 6 through 7. I just don't know what I mean, it should work fine. Yeah, because this floppy had System 6 on it. Although the floppy also had Mode 32 on it, so maybe somebody modified it? It's very curious. So, since I got all you here, might as well do something fun. Like a fresh install of System 7. No, we don't have to, because it's already here. What we could do is copy this extension, which is hopefully identified as an extension. Startup document, okay. And let's use Startup Picker here. And I'm very sorry now that I don't have, especially with all you watching, I don't have the best screen setup here. But I'm restarting System 701. I'm just curious if this will work, because this is a fresh install of 701. Bad F-line instruction. Oh, jeez. That's a good sign. So, maybe, not. I think this is System 7. Yep. System 701, Macintosh II, 5 megs of memory. What the hell was that all about of it acting cranky? This is the joy of old vintage Mac upgrade cards. You never know what the hell is going to work. Oh my gosh. Can we go to color, or is that going to like make it all wonky again? Got some color. Let's change the desktop pattern to blue, so you can prove that it's color even from this far away washed out screen, which I am very sorry about. You could just barely make out the lines. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know why it would complain about the FPU at this point. That's the second error we've gotten about the FPU. Then again, this is my system. Maybe it'll work better on that system. Who the heck knows? But that has a power supply issue, maybe, that we have to fix. At least the fan's not going. And I don't want this thing on, like, non-stop. But, yeah, it's very weird. Very, very weird. Also very weird that we have this many people in the chat. I'm sorry, that's just still, like... Apparently we reached 100, like, when we were an hour and a half in. Like, wow. What the heck? So, that's a thing. I guess we could start recapping Mike's board, because I want to take a breather on this and see what we could figure out with this. But I think we've reached the limits of what my sanity can reach for this Macintosh today. But let me try one more thing here, because I want to get started on Mike's board. I don't know if we'll be able to finish it per se, but I do want to get a head start on that. He has a Macintosh IIsi that has some SAG capacitors on it. So let's take a look at that under the microscope. Just give me a moment here. So we swirl the camera around. Hi. I hope so. You know, it's funny because I was going to actually share this stream, and I'm going to do that right now. I was going to share this stream with the, was it the Retro Collective, the formerly IRC Discord folks. and usually they have like a live right now thing. I was going to share it, but I didn't. So I'm just saying I'm tinkering around with some vintage Macintosh boards. There we go. Yeah, let's break 200 viewers. Tell your friends. Open up your alt accounts. All right, let me just move this to the side, and I will be right back. The Mac is right over there. Okay, this is a box of stuff. I hope so. That'd be pretty cool. You know, some days you don't think you're actually doing stuff, and then stuff happens, and then you're like, hey, I'm doing stuff. So this was a nice donation from Mike of Mike's Mess. We have an Apple II floppy drive here, but this is not an Apple branded one. It's a MiTac. MiTac? Something like that. No, Ian, no. And yeah, made in Taiwan. He was going to put it on the free pile. He wasn't sure if it worked. And I said, well, I'll take it. I like to explore it. I like weird floppy drives. And they also gave me this. This is a printer card, which has a cable ripped off there, but it was free. And this is an Epson printer card, which I could probably fix up. And there's unless that's the grounding cable. Yeah, that's a grounding cable. Okay. So that's weird. But this is a printer card for the Apple II. So it looks like this is APL board unit. Oh my gosh, there's like a label maker label on there. That's funny. Oh, that's great. And then we have the power supply. Now this is for Mike's Macintosh II Si. Hopefully the top to this is in here. It is not. Maybe it's inside of the computer. So this computer needs a recap. And so does the power supply, because there's the front of it. Looks very handsome. Because these computers are notorious for being pains in the butt with that. So let's carefully open this thing up. There we go. There we go. It wants to. There we go. All right. All right, so we don't have the top for the power supply, or the bottom rather, which I'm not going to fix this right now anyway, because it is a leaky mess. Ugh. That's going to need some love. But I don't have the bottom for that. I could probably just like rig something up when it comes time to test it. But we need to clean these capacitors because they don't look terrible, but they don't look good. And I've certainly seen some leakage. So let's free this up. That hard drive might have good stuff on it. Maybe we could play with that. Floppy drive we're going to unplug. So we basically have to get the drives out, and then we can get the board out of here. We'll give Mike all the attention to his Mac we could give him. And clean up the... Oh, there's the battery floating around in here. Oh, the top is missing. Okay, yeah, then that explains why he doesn't have it here. Here's the original battery. And here is my IIsi power supply. Oops, sorry, I hit the microphone. I apologize. This is the one I recapped, so we can test this machine. If I recap it, which I will, might as well. We have almost 200 people watching here. So we're going to keep on going. If that goes over 200, let me know. We'll have to party. Oops, I overshot it. Let's guess the voltage of this battery. Let's see. These are originally 3.6 volts. This has a date of 1991 on it. Whether that's the expiration or the manufacturer, we're not sure. But let's see. Place your bets, folks. What will be the voltage of the battery? It's one of my favorite games. And it is 0. An absolute 0. Not even a 0002. Not even a 0001. An absolute stone cold 0. Well, that will go in the trash. That's great. All right, so let's remove this hard drive, which has a little clip on each side. There we go. Let's move that to the side. And so the 2SI is interesting here. I'm going to move the camera in. So a really, really cost-reduced system. And we have the speaker on these little pegs that go under the board, which is cool. And then the fan has these little pegs that go onto the board too. So to remove the fan, there are little clips that you sort of have to push in. Oh, that's a power supply. I'm forgetting. Yeah, this should just slide out, but that could be sometimes annoying. But we have to do that before we get to the, before we move the power supply. I'm sorry, the logic board. So the power supply would sit here, normally on the machine. And we have a few caps here. This looks a little nasty. And we have the one PDS card slot here. We have a ROM slot. And we have 4 slots for memory. Zero? Really? It's my New Jersey accent. I hate removing these darn fans from this because they really are just, sometimes they just get stuck after all these years. So you sort of got to squeeze it in. Tell your friends, please. I'm a nice guy. I have a lovely wife and a little adorable bunny rabbit. So if you don't like me, maybe you'll like one of them. There we go. I feel it. I feel it sort of wanting to come loose there. Come on, people. We're one away. Oh, come on. Stupid fan. Yes. Very specially trained attack rabbit will attack you with kisses and licks. He is just over a year old and he is the most adorable little fluff ball. 200! Hey! How about that? I take a screenshot somehow. Yay! And my YouTube thing is like all glitched out. It's not showing. Someone take a screenshot for me. Because I can't see it. That's awesome. Yay! Holy crap, that is nuts, man. I don't think I've ever really broken over 100, so to just like jump up to 200 is absolutely insane. But that's awesome. Thank you very much, folks. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bruce. Now, if only this stupid fan would come loose. Oh, come on. What the hell? It's like ultrasonically welded to itself. We'll try and see how much RAM is on board if we could get this damn thing off of here. There we go. Just like, I think the plastic has just been like wedged to itself for so long that it doesn't want to budge. Yep, I hit my head on the camera. As it was the style at the time. There we go. Some dust in there. So the trick was to put 2 things between these little wedges here and just that lifts up. And you can see the little contact pins there. Contact the motherboard. And that's how the fan gets power. Yes, a whopping 1 megabyte on board. All right, so let's clean this up. Now the fun part is, to get this board out, there are these two plastic clips, and you have to push them. And plastic is old and cranky, especially on these old Macs, so this could very well just snap, but let's hope not. Okay. Come on. This whole board is just like screaming, like, what are you doing to me? I was fine. I was taking a nap. Everyone was having a party. And you had to come along. Okay, we're going to have to use these tweezers because it's the clearance of this is terrible. Yeah, that is just going to snap, unfortunately. I mean, this plastic has to bend so much on this particular board. I really don't know why they designed it this way. I mean, I know why. Plastic wasn't this problematic, but you'll see when I get this board out, there were actually... Oh, gosh. This is so annoying. There was actually like little wedges in the PCB to keep this in there. All right. Let's try this one now. Give this a fighting chance. Yep, I think the one on the right is okay. There we go. And we didn't break any clips. How about that? Yeah, so on this board, you see how that little Christmas tree edge type thing is? That was keeping it on this clip from moving. So, all right, overall, doesn't look too bad. Let's move the case out of the way. And let's recap this sucker. Now, if you don't know much about recapping these Macs, that's okay. Me and my pal Bruce do a lot of videos about that. And speaking of my pal Bruce, he has a great website. And that website is recapamac.com, which I'm going to show. There we go. And that was my stomach making growling noises. And this website is great because it tells you all about the capacitors you'll need to replace. And so we have a number of them here. We're going to probably skip the axial capacitors. That's the two of the 220 microfarad 16 volt caps down here. And let me put this in the chat just for reference, and you can visit the website. Bruce has a lot of the old vintage Macs here. I think he's just missing most of the power books, which are covered on other sites. But Bruce has a lot of great information here. And on some of them, he actually has links where you can buy the caps. But most of these are standard. Most of the Macs have the same ones. So we have 11 47 microfarad 16 volt capacitors on here. And then we have the two axial caps. So I'm just going to focus on the 11 here today. And let's hide this. And let's zoom in like that. Oh boy. And let's get a good look at this and see how terrible the corrosion is. Hopefully not much. So first off, let's take a look by the power supply connector. And we can see that it looks like very wet. And that is just a sign of some of the capacitor fluid leaking. Let me try and zoom in here. Yeah, so you can see sort of this wetness. That's not good. These power supplies leak a lot, and that's just, one sign you'll see by the socket of these systems. So let me just get a little cotton bud here. Gonna dip it in some isopropyl alcohol, and we're just gonna try and clean some of this goop up. There, that's looking a little bit better already. And you can see the tip of the Q-tip now is now all brown with that flux that we had. So let me just go like that. Hi. Let's see, 202. My goodness, that is absolutely nuts. You guys and gals are amazing. Thank you. Thank you to all the folks, all you computer peoples, all you non-computer peoples, all you peoples, all you cats, all your dogs. Oh, look, yeah, look at the green here. Oh, boy. It's not going to be a simple recap, is it? Got some green meanies here. And some of the silk screen is just coming right off. Oh, don't you love a crusty Mac IIsi? That'll knock your repair confidence down a peg. Yes, Bruce has a great channel as well. Please check out Branca's Creations. The link is to his channel is on the website I just shared. And he has way more subscribers than I do. But he's an awesome person. He has an awesome channel. And what the heck is hiding under there? Look at the green that's hiding between these pins. What the hell is that? Oh, goodness. It's just like secret corrosion. Just like, hi, I'm just hanging out here. Don't tell nobody. Oh, no. There you go. Bruce put his link in there. Okay, so let's take a look at these caps. This one right by the power supply. It doesn't look terrible. In fact, I would guess that this machine would likely boot right up, but we do have some signs of corrosion here, so you know, these caps don't look too bad. These look worse, and you can see the green meanies and corrosion on this chip here. So it just had started. Looks like we caught this just in time, but this chip, my goodness, got the brunt of it right here. If we zoom out a little bit, you hopefully will be able to see it a little bit better, but you see how cloudy that is? That should be shiny like the one on the left, and it is not. So we got some baked in crud here, which, believe it or not, often causes these machines not to be happy. So that's not good. Yeah, what is that, Bruce? Scunge? Forget your naming scheme, but it ain't good, whatever it is. And we got some more green over here. Yeah, I think some of these chips are going to have to come off because that solder gets very crusty. And if it doesn't make a good connection, it is literally like a chip is not connected. You can see how shiny that is here and how clear you can see the solder legs. And then, ugh. Yeah, I'd say that's some scunge because it is dry like old caked solder, and that's what happens when these capacitors leak. That electrolyte goes somewhere, and it breaks down the legs of the solder. Oh, look at this green! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Disgusting. So a nice specimen of green there. Ugh. I think that trace is gone. So let's zoom into this. Be a good lesson. And without a microscope, it's very difficult to see this. And I don't fault my friend Mike for being like, oh yeah, the board looked okay. Because to the naked eye, it does look okay. Then you start looking, and you're like, what the hell is that? And this is just with a cotton bud. If I got my scalpel here, yeah, that just completely comes away. Look at all that crud. See that like mist? This mist that's going on, that's all dirt and crap and ugh. We don't want that on our board. That trace looks repairable, so we should be okay. But yeah, that's pretty nasty. And we got some of that going on over here. We might have to reflow this chip too. It's just ugh. Yuck, 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 yuck. Sure, Bruce. So you want to look at the capacitor in the corner where the hard drive connector is. These two, Bruce? Is that what you want to look at? Don't look too bad, to be honest. Got some dirt there. A little crusty here, but really not too terrible. I'm not delivering anything to anybody. The hell do you think I am, a chauffeur? All right. Yeah, you could tell there's some gunk around this area, but it's not particularly terrible. Yeah, C37, Bruce is saying, is what's usually nasty. And, yeah, I could see some of that here, but it doesn't look too bad. I do see some has worn away, like this little via here. But I don't think that should be problematic. I think it should be okay. So let's take a look at this capacitor here. This is by the processor. And, yeah, I mean, we can see some just general dust and gunk here. Especially around these little diodes. Or not, whatever they are. I always forget. I guess it's a diode because there's a D. But sometimes it's tricky. Sometimes there's things like a T. And you're like, what the hell is the T? Or it's a Q. And you're like, quack? Or eat? You know. That doesn't look too bad. Those we cleaned up already. Those didn't look too bad. Now here's a big row by the sound jacks here. Yeah, that's where we were looking before. Let's take a look at these. I have a feeling that this chip will have to be desoldered and cleaned. Because if, look at this. This should not happen to solder. If I get this focused enough here, you could see that just with my scalpel, and I swear I'm not like doing this on purpose. I'm just scraping it lightly. You could see the solder is coming off. You could see that this is just crumbling off. That should not happen to solder. That is a bad sign. So this all needs to be cleaned up, and it's likely making maybe some type of connection right now, but all that electrolytic fluid from those capacitors leaking has really screwed this area up. So, like, especially here, like, yeah, look, that's just mush. This is all mush now. This is not what I would say is a good connection at all. This is just coming up like blech. So, yeah. Yeah, no spam in here, folks. Anyone who's new here, appreciate you trying to get a one-up, I guess, on your shoutouts, but we don't do that here. So, you just get spammed. The mods are just going to block you. I don't care how many YouTube accounts you got. They're just going to block you, so. No sense in doing any of that shenanigans here. Thank you for all being adults. Let's just clean this up a little bit. I mean, that looks better already, but still, there's some poor connections going on here. If I were just playing around, I would just reflow the top of this just to see how this would work. If like we get any signs of life out of it. But more likely than not, these chips have to come off because this solder should not be flaking off like that. And there could be broken traces underneath. Which is something we could find out easily by using our friend the hot air gun. Oh boy. Alright, well. Yeah, I mean, this chip I'm not as concerned about, but this one certainly has to be removed. And that's easier to do than that one. So let's do this one then. Why not? We have the audience for it. So Bruce says, here's some trivia. The 2SI, the 2CX, the 2CSI, the Mac Portable, and the Mac Classic all use the same exact sound chips. Well, that is good to know, Bruce. Especially when you're repairing these things. I met a few people at VCF East. Some of them were saying that they had machines that were too far gone. And I said, well, don't throw out the logic board. And they kind of looked at me like I was crazy. I said, no, seriously. Those chips, like the sound chips, they don't make them anymore. So, hang on to them. Or at least, use parts that somebody else could use. All right. What did I just say about using multiple things? You're just going to be banned and ignored. Only I see your message because I deleted it. Or someone deleted it. So just knock it off. Thank you. Yeah, I guess people are just idiots. Alright, so let's... hot air is hot. Ouch. Great job, Steven. It's a real genius move to shove your hand under the hot air gun. Anybody see any good movies lately that involve computers? Alright, so this is the chip we're going to attack here with our hot air. Oh, I can't speak today. I mean, how's that different from any other day, really, though? Some of these can be very stubborn because that solder is basically not helping heat get to the good solder. So it's like all the crummy stuff is just like making it not happy. Well, let's see. There we go. Yes. Alright, that looks absolutely disgusting. Alright, so let's try and clean this up a little bit. So the first step I'm going to do is find where... There they are. I'm going to just get some alcohol on a cotton bud here. And I'm just going to try and clean this area up roughly. You can see a lot of this gunk is going to be on the edge of my cotton bud now. You don't have to do this too rigorously because we will be cleaning up all those pads with solder and wick, and they'll be nice and shiny hopefully. And then we'll put that chip back on. So let's get some flux down here. We don't need too much, we just need a little bit. That's plenty. We need our soldering iron here, and we're just going to come over here. First, what I like to do is just get a little bead of solder going. I know, Veronica, it's icky. Yuck, 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 yuck. What I like to do is just get a little bead of solder on the edge of your tip, and you just want to rub it in circles very gently. Look at all this gunk that's coming up, and just add maybe a bit more. And the goal here is just to sort of break up some of that crud. You don't want to press too hard. You don't want to stay in a spot for too long because you will risk damaging those pads or lifting them from the board, which will require other work. But this does help sort of level them so they're getting pretty flat. And just some of the less aggressive ones you could clean up. You will see some of the solder mask maybe from the traces are removed and some copper being exposed. That's fine. We could all tidy that up. That's not a big problem. Okay, so we're just going to do this one more pass. And then we're going to come back with our alcohol on the cotton bud here. And we're going to clean that up. Now that does look almost there, but you do see some of these what was the word I was going to say? Not shiny pads. Oh boy. So, we're going to have to clean that up. What do you mean, ew? I don't like spam. So what we'll do is we'll take a little scalpel here. We'll just scrape away. And you see how shiny that got? Let's zoom in here now that we have a good view of this. Yeah, I'd like a free SE32. And we'll scrape that away. And sometimes you don't need to be as aggressive as I am, but this is under a chip. I don't want to ever have to do this again, so I want to make sure all these contacts are nice and clean. That one's pretty yucky. The rest of these look okay. Usually you could tell which ones are dull. That's the word I was looking for. Dull. I don't know how I got B in there. Mixes his R's with D's. R's with B's, rather. That was a joke. Wow. Yeah, so let's clean this up again. Again, isopropyl alcohol, for those of you who don't know the drill. And look, even prettier now. Look at that. There are some signs of corrosion here that I am concerned with. And if you zoom all the way in, you can see that not all of this looks pretty. You can see this little dark blip there. And looks like there's still copper under there, so that's good. But the problem is you have to be very careful and pay attention to this, because this could be corrosion. And it could also be where there is a trace break. These little dark spots, and sometimes they're very difficult to see, even with the microscope. And sometimes they're at just the very edge of those pads. So you want to use your multimeter in continuity mode just to make sure that you don't have a break, because you don't want to have to put a chip on, and then you run into an issue, and then you have to second guess, well, was there a break under there that I didn't notice, you know? So we're just going to expose some of that. We're going to do some tests here with our nice multimeter. I'm going to see if we have continuity where we need it. Huh? All right, so that looks pretty good. Let's get out our multimeter, or our multimeter, as my friend Ron likes to say once in a while. And we'll switch that into continuity mode. And we're just going to make sure these go where they're supposed to go. That goes to there. That goes to there. That goes to there. That goes to there. And so on. It's much easier to do this when the chip is not on the board, so take advantage of it. Okay, so this all looks good. What I'm going to do is we're going to get some solder wick here. I'm going to put our soldering iron on that wick and clean up these pads even more. And I'm sorry I'm not paying attention to that, chat. Just give me a second while I clean this up a little bit. And the solder wick still has some solder on it. So what it's actually doing is it's covering some of those copper bits with solder, which is fine. You can see that trace moved a little bit there, that pad, which means it's a little weak underneath. So we just got to be careful. Generally speaking, you do want to cover all the little exposed copper bits with solder. That will help make sure that none of them get corroded in the future and oxidized and all that fun stuff. Generally speaking, if you just leave a little bit exposed, not a huge risk. But you do want to make sure that if you're working on big traces and stuff like that, they are all covered. And if you don't cover them, if you don't tin them with the solder, you could use some UV solder mask and do it that way. But yeah, this still looks a little bit bleh. So we're just going to clean that up yet again. You can see there's a process here. Nothing is quick with this stuff. You just gotta keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But look how shiny that looks. Look how shiny that looks compared to before. How about that? So we get all the nice stuff here of how they are, of how they look here. So yeah. All right, so we're going to put this chip back on. But before we do that, we also want to look at the chip under the microscope and try and clean it. It's just really funny that people are asking for Macs, and I only have one. If people think I have multiple Mac SE30s, you're crazy. I only have one working one. And look at all the crud under this chip. Ugh. Some of this you can just scrape off very, very gently. But I'm going to have to put some flux on here. And yeah, clean these up, because these are all goopy and yucky, just like the pads were. Yuck, yuck, yuck. All right, so let's try and clean this up then. Oxit. For my professional uses, I use Oxit. Then there's like an ox making a noise like, ah. It's more of a cow, but I've never heard what an ox sounds like. Probably like a cow, right? Same like family. Same bovine family or something like that. I don't know. I'm not a zoologist. Oh, I could smell this chip. And that leg is very weak. I could smell you. So what I'm doing is just touching the tips of these legs with the soldering iron. Usually the heat is enough, and the little solder is enough. You could see, almost see it. It's hard to see on the microscope. You could see it bubble. And what that's doing is it's just bubbling up all the old crud that was on these. And you have to do a few passes of these sometimes. You want to be very delicate because these legs can just snap right off. Then you'd have to drill into the chip or replace the chip if it's a bespoke chip, you know. So let's put the soldering iron away. And although if anybody wants an eMac, oh man, I have a broken eMac I'd love to give away. You just gotta come pick it up. I ain't shipping that. Broken eMac. Nobody in their right mind would take one of those. You know what's sad? I actually paid for the damn thing. $75 frickin' dollars. Because the seller had a Mac 128 I really wanted, and an iMac G4 that a friend wanted, and an Apple II and some other stuff. And the deal was that I could have those machines cheaper, but he thought the other machines were of higher value. And I didn't want to tell him, hey, you're ripping me off on this, but you're getting me a good deal on that. But it was just one of those things. And it sucked, but it's just how it is. So where did I put the other thingamajig? I'm just losing my tools, aren't I? So for those of you new here, I lose my tools. I forget what I did. I sing dumb songs. I haven't sung in a while. I don't know. Where's my thingamajig? I do a lot of stupid things, but they're entertaining things, right? At least some of the people tell me they are. So, all right. So we have this chip here where you have our toothbrush with some isopropyl alcohol. We're going to hold this steady, and we're just going to give it a light brush. You don't want to do this if these legs are fragile, because you will push those legs right off of the darn chip. Yeah, I do have some little dental picks that, not a pick, but they're like drill bits or something that my friend John gave me, which are pretty neat. But he gave me those at VCF East. They're upstairs somewhere. So now what I'm doing is with the scalpel, I'm just going between these, and I'm just trying to get out any gunk. Because I don't want this thing to corrode in the future. That would be very bad. An extraordinarily bad idea, Ray. And, yeah, there's still just a little bit of gunk in here. So I'm just trying to get that as clean as possible. And then we're going to clean again. And yes, this is a lot of just literal rinse and repeat here. Because we want to make sure we don't have to do this freaking stuff again. Make sure this is all clean and happy. There we go. So that chip is looking good. I'll put that to the side. I'm going to come back over here. We're going to put that chip back down. And we have to make sure it's in the right orientation. And thankfully in this regard, it's quite easy to tell. Sometimes it's not, sometimes it is. And we have this little white mark right here, this little divot here. That tells us that that is where the pin 1 of the chip will go. So the chip's orientation is there, and we have this little white dash there. So I don't know why it turned into like Mr. Explanation here, but I guess I assume a lot of you people watch it might be new, might be interested in the basics. So, and this chip isn't perfect. I could still see there's some crud on the little edges here, but it should be okay. Should all just like even out. So what I like to do is just place it on the flux, get it nice and goopy there, just so it stays put with the tension of the flux on there. Just like that. Let's zoom out just a little bit. New stop it single. Monorail, monorail, power rail. But the Quadra's still all cracked and broken. All right, where's my solder? Sorry, Steve, the mob has spoken. All right, so we're going to just tack down the corner here of this chip. So that way if we misalign it or make a mistake, we could easily undo it. Yeah, these legs are not the best, but that will do. Now we'll just get some more solder here. And yeah, this is not the best or prettiest looking chip, but well, that didn't tack down at all. How about that? Of course, this one did now. Yeah, this is still pretty crummy. I'm just going to tack it down, then I'm going to scrub it a lot. And maybe that'll help a little bit. And I'm not a professional here, folks. I just learned from other people's on the internets. So, please keep that in mind. Alright, so we're still going to have to scrape off some gunk here, but at least that chip is pretty stable. Ogdenville has a Quadra with fresh new caps. By golly, put them on the map. Alright, so I'm just going to take the scalpel here, and I'm just lightly scraping the top of these legs. Just because some of them have some gunk on there. Yeah, those are really pretty nasty. Because we want to expose what's underneath, because otherwise the solder will simply not stick to it. You can see that happened a little bit here. That the solder was just not sticking to some of these. But now that the chip is like sort of secured down, that's okay. It's not really going to go anywhere. We do have some of these crud little balls here, these little solder balls and junk. But after we clean this board, we should ultrasonically clean it with an ultrasonic cleaner. If you don't have that, you could use isopropyl alcohol and a toothbrush and junk. But anyway, should make it all clean and purred. So add some flux there. That's what that goopy stuff is. And we'll add some more solder. My gosh, it's 11:30 p.m. So I can't stick around for too much longer. I got work tomorrow. And no, this is not my day job, because the pennies YouTube pays me are not anything to live off of. My pal Bruce and I often joke that we'd be making more money at a fast food restaurant as a fry clerk or a cashier or something than we would by doing these streams. That's not saying we're complaining, it's just the truth of it. Some of that is not really too clean. I didn't do the best job of cleaning this chip, but we'll try and do our best here just to make everything stick. We'll do a continuity test just to make sure everything will be okay. Most of these look fine. Just one or two are going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. Like this one on the edge right there. Yeah, now it's a little bit better. All right. I clean blood out from under BGA chips. I don't know. So Joe, we kind of got that accelerator card working in that it booted up and it didn't crash the machine. The machine was still kind of unstable with it, but it did boot up and it did chime after reflowing all those stupid chips. So Tevrudin had the good idea to reflow all those chips and a few others, I'm sorry, the pins on the processor upgrade socket. A few others said that as well. And that ended up fixing it. At least it chimed and everything. So I don't think we're completely out of the woods there yet, but we switched to Mike's Mac IIsi board because we have, for some reason, over 200 people watching this right now. And I guess I need to put on a show. So there, I just want to make sure that is nice and connected there, and that too, and that as well. Okay, so I think that's about as good as we're going to get that. This here is still not 100% happy. And sorry, my microscope view, the camera is slightly above what I see on the glass microscope eyes. So if I am pointing to something or doing something and you just don't see it, that's my fault. It's just, you know, it doesn't line up perfectly. Big blob of solder, that ain't going anywhere. Still going. All right, so that chip looked pretty nasty. This one looks crusty, but it doesn't look too bad. So what I'm going to try and do is just, without taking this chip off, is just scrape off some of this gunk here and just try and clean it. Because this doesn't seem nearly as bad as the other one. Only really this pin, which was closest to the capacitor, was pretty nasty. The rest look like it's pretty good, but I'm still going to clean this up and try and get any of that garbage out of here. I think we're out of isopropyl alcohol here. Joe. My friends are defensive of me and I like them. They're my friends. Alright, fill that with some fresh isopropyl alcohol. Yeah, we did get the CPU figured out. At least seemingly. I still get the feeling that something is not 100% happy with it because the Mac is acting weird. Why is this cap not going on correctly? Whatever. But it does boot and it does chime now and it does seem to be working, kind of. So it does seem to randomly freeze, and I don't have enough information about that CPU upgrade card to realize if that's just like a system software bug or not. I would assume it's not supposed to do that though. But yeah. Alright, so we have a bunch of solder balls and crap under this chip. And I don't think we're going to get any of those out without an ultrasonic clean. But at least we'll be able to reflow that. Speaking of doing things, let's get these damn caps off the board. We're just going to clip them off. Now, I'm going to warn everybody. I usually advise not to do this. And the reason I advise not to do this is if you're pretty new to this stuff, you could easily rip off pads and severely damage your board by clipping off capacitors. However, if you do it correctly and carefully, it could be a good alternative. So what I'm going to do is just take the cutters I have, and I'm just going to... This cap is very loose and corroded. I'm just literally cutting it in half. Just like at the base here. And then I'm going to take the snips and I'm gently coercing the rest of the top of the capacitor up and off. And then I'm going to clip the little legs here. These snips are not the sharpest, so probably a poor example to start with. And then this plastic should come off if this was properly clipped. There it goes. And that lifts off, and you can see all the nice gunk under it with those old pads. So again, not the cleanest method to do it. It does take some practice. I don't advise twisting them off, just because I've seen bad things happen. You could do whatever the heck you want. It's your computer. But I think the snipping method, if you want to go with the fastest way, as long as you practice on some old crap and you take your time, it's, as far as I'm concerned, the safer way to go if you're not using hot air or solder or anything like that. So this is a Macintosh II SI board. Sorry, folks, we did change a bit of the subject here. I did have this on standby in case the Mac II was an easy fix, which is hilarious because it certainly was not. But I just wanted to get a start on this. Not sure if we'll be able to finish it tonight because it is almost midnight here where I am on the East Coast. I'm in New Jersey here in the U.S. And I have to get up early for work tomorrow. So we will at least get all the caps off of the board. And just turn this upside down. Get some of that crud off. Not sure if we'll be able to boot up the whole thing today. But let's just... take one step at a time here. Wow, these snips have seen better days. Cliffhanger. I don't intentionally do that. I would love to resolve things in just one go. But also, when I rush and do stuff like that, I make mistakes and I break things, and that causes trouble and more time and everything like that. Now, these you will have to desolder. But you could see how they're like brown. That's all the old capacitor fluid and gunk. So Now, I'm not really paying attention to the values and sizes of these capacitors, because on this board, these particular types of caps are all the same. And of course, Bruce has them documented on that lovely recapamac.com.au website. So be sure to check that out if you have any questions about these. I have caused confusion. All right, let's get those out of there. I wish I had my other snips. I'm pretty sure they are in the car from VCF Midwest. VCF East. See, it's late now. I'm not even speaking right. I brought my snips with me. I thought I would need them, and I don't think I ended up... Oh, that one's nasty. I don't think I ended up needing them. But look how corroded this is, folks. Look at all this crud. Look at that. All this around there. Look, yeah, that's just... Don't even need solder to remove that. That is just gone. This is just completely disgusting here. We'll have to clean that up good. But yeah, a lot of these legs are like that, where there's not much left to them. So... Yeah, I mean, as far as replacement capacitors go, there's all sorts you can go with. Generally speaking, on these vintage Macs, I use tantalum capacitors to replace these. That is my personal preference. They generally work fine. However, if you're doing other stuff like, I don't know, stereo systems or power supplies or analog boards and things like that, you will likely need to follow a different set of instructions. And switching power supplies are their own thing. Yeah, this one just ripped right up. So yeah, you have to do your research, but the vintage Macs seem to like tantalum capacitors, and some machines like the Macintosh II that we were just looking at, I already recapped that, but interesting enough, from the factory, they had different positions on the pads of the logic board, which is what we call Macintosh motherboards, and that allowed the factory to install either electrolytic or tantalum capacitors from the factory. So those were certainly options that Apple was considering when those machines were manufactured. They probably went with whatever part the factory was set up to use, or whatever was cost effective at the time. Yeah, see, I almost pulled this up just because it's so... Yeah, this is just... Ugh. This just sort of fell apart there. Yeah, polymer caps are great. But just keep in mind that for any newcomers to soldering, not all capacitors come in all shapes and sizes, so you might have a great time using polymer caps for a lot of things, but maybe it's not the right size or the right value or the right voltage or something, and then you have to look into alternatives or going up in values slightly. So just be flexible. Like anything with this hobby, you have to understand a lot of things all at once. Oh, that one just... Ugh, that's disgusting. And then... Yeah, oh, these are just coming right off. These are absolutely just soaked. Like anything in this hobby, you have to be flexible, because, you know, the parts might not be available, the information, like a user manual or something, might not be available, and so on. Speaking of user manuals, if anybody has a Molar Mac, the G3 all-in-one system, if anyone has the manual to that, I would love to take a look at it. I bought one on eBay and the seller ghosted me. I would love to take a look at one. So I'm doing a video about one, and I have a suspicion about something, and the manual likely has the answer for me. Fish heads, fish heads. That would be cool to have a UV printer. Tantalum caps are better for low voltage boards like logic boards. Electrolytic better for high voltage. It really depends. Usually it's simply that, at least I've found, that the tantalum capacitors will not be available in the values you traditionally would need for power supplies and things like that. I'm not an electrical engineer. I don't pretend to be. I just know what has worked for me previously with these systems and what the larger community of folks have had experience with. That being said, your mileage may vary, but there are great user groups out there like Tinker Different. That is a play on Think Different. So if you go to tinkerdifferent.com, you'll find out a lot about these machines. We discuss a lot of repair techniques and stuff like that there. So it's a good starting point if you're just getting started into this era. So let's count how many caps we removed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we're missing 2. Where did they go? I'm going to have to look at Bruce's guide because sometimes you just are too close to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there it is. The one in the corner there we have to still remove. And this one we did not put flux on. Okay, there. That would be the 11. All right. So we have one more to remove, and this is fun because it's near plastic. Ugh, boy. Which is not fun to get hot air near because then it just would melt everything. So, whee! Good night, the other Steven. My wife's going to be like, why is he still streaming? Usually he's done in like an hour or two. She's probably peacefully watching a movie and happy I'm not interrupting her. Okay. Alright, so let's get these silly little legs that were left behind off of each capacitor. So to do that, we have some flux there. We're going to heat it up, and that just, you see how this just, like, they just slide off usually? Sometimes they don't because there's all crud on them. Oh, that smells absolutely terrible. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Yeah, we got tons of fishy smells. We're going to come back and clean all of these up. I'm just getting the little pads off here. And you might think, oh, I don't have to clean these up. You'd be wrong, because I've actually fixed a number of machines before where the previous individual just removed the caps and just slapped new ones on without cleaning them up. And guess what? They have problems again. There was new corrosion under those capacitors in a matter of like years. You know, so, you know, these original caps are 35, 40 years old or whatever, some of these machines. Oh, that's nasty. So, you know, you want to clean them up and everything because this stuff is just gunky and skunky. Whatever other adjectives you want to use, but yeah, so we'll come back and clean that up. Sometimes they're more stubborn than other. To get some of these legs off, you don't want to push too hard. You don't want to rip those pads off. You just want to try and just nudge them a little bit as you're moving up and down. We have a nice collection on the end of our... Look, we put one down by mistake. And come back. There we go. Disgusting. All of it. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Yeah, we're going to have to come back and clean that up for sure. Skunky. All right. That reminds me of Rocko's Modern Life, that old cartoon. Spunky Pew! The little dog from that. That was a fun show. I remember that. Let's get all that crap out of there. There we go. You do want to try and remove this stuff from the board pretty quickly, because otherwise the metal could cool and reattach itself like it did to those pads. And that just makes it more of a pain in the butt for you. Okay, so we cleaned up those, we cleaned up those. We cleaned up those. I think that was all of them. Yes, it was. All right, so now we have to go back and clean them up even more. See how much fun it is? Rocko's Modern Life. Recapping day is a very dangerous day. All right, we need to clean this up. This is all disgusting. See, those aren't too bad, but let's do this systematically here. And luckily here, I don't see too many opportunities where traces could be broken. But if you do see spots where a trace has a dark blob like here, that's okay because it looks like everything else is connected around it. But in other examples, that could spell doom for a trace that's nearby. So you want to be aware of those things as you're cleaning this up, because while you're putting these new caps on, you have more room to work with. So you don't want to be putting capacitors on, realizing you didn't check for something, and then have to put them back or something like that. By the way, how many people are watching now? I'm sure we dipped down, but it was fun reaching that high note of however the heck we got there. That was pretty cool. And then we have one over here. Oop. Now this board is fairly small, so it's quite easy to work on, but something like a Macintosh II on your desk is a bit problematic. 192. All right, not bad. I do want to check something real quick, and that is the continuity of this pin. I just want to make sure those connected, because this cap was right next to some things. And it looked pretty nasty, but I guess that's okay. We're also going to take a look at this power connector later on, just to make sure it doesn't need to be reflowed or anything like that, because that could be a stress point. Yeah, those are going to have to be scraped, because those look absolutely horrible. So what we're going to do is take our soldering iron. We have our solder wick here, which is this copper braid. And it has some flux in it, and so what it does is it attracts the solder. So you can see it sucks that right up into the braid, and it also helps be sort of like a little coarse brush. So if I just gently push this along, it does scrape off some of the solder mask sometimes, but it also gets rid of a lot of the gunk there. You don't want to do this too much, because it could easily heat things up and rip a trace or a pad off the board, but you sort of get a feel for it eventually. There, those don't look too bad. I'm going to test the continuity of that, because that looks a little nasty, this corner one here. That seems okay. Yes, that's right. Yeah, a lot of those great voice actors went on to do other characters, which is always good, because you want them to stay employed. Just noticed there was a lot of dust on the side of that SCSI controller chip. You might not think dust is a bad thing, but dust could have moisture particles, and that attracts gunk and solder and corrosion and all this stuff. So, you know, I always thought it was funny when they're like, oh yeah, dust. You know, I was probably in high school or whatever. And like, dust kills computers. And I'm like, how could dust kill computers? That's just silly. It's just dust. Yeah, it could overheat, but it won't kill it. Well, dust can do some nasty things. So I'm just coming over with the toothbrush and some isopropyl alcohol and going over some of these areas. And I think we'll be able to put some caps on this soon, and then we'll be able to test the board. And it should work fine. I don't see any major problems here. But all right, so let's see. This one could use a little bit of scraping, just because there's some gunk still on there, but the rest of that looks okay. Basically, I'm looking for any large spots that are not shiny. I mean, every time there's like a little bit, it's you know, you don't have to work too much, but like here, I'd like to get like that bit a little bit here. And sometimes it's just hard to see it. It could just be the discoloration of the area around it, and then you just have to like nudge it with your soldering iron or your pick or your scalpel and be like, oh, okay, that's some old gunk or whatever it is. And definitely, you want to remove a lot of these little black dots if you see like little corrosive bits or anything like that, and you would like to Just get rid of that because that is corrosion, and if you don't, it'll just keep expanding and causing trouble. And we do have to fix this here. This was a bit of a nasty bit, and I don't even think that leg was touching. Yeah, see, this is where things get very tricky, because unless you know what to look for, you could just say, well, I recapped it, but something's still not working. And it could be a case where these little legs just aren't making a good connection to something. And what I always tell people to do is look at the capacitors and do a radius around them and expand your search around it. You know, like you're searching for like a missing person or something on a boat site or something. I don't know. It's like you want to search for a radius around and see what's going on, because here we could see that's where, whoops, sorry, multimeter. We can see that's where all this crud went to here. And that could be causing a problem. Yes, I would love that. I love silly PSAs that are like 90s themed with like silly music in the background. All for it. I'm just putting what remains of this tube of flux on there. And I'm going to come out with my soldering iron here. It's getting cold in the basement. You'd think it would be spring here, but nope. And I just want to tidy this up, see if this'll take. It might not. Might have to take off this chip and clean it up. It is taking, not in the way I want it to. But that's okay. We could hopefully work with it. Yeah, these are sound chips, so if we get like sound out of the left channel but not the right channel, we know we have a bit of a problem here. So we have stereo sound. Yeah, I bet if we looked at this with the angle, we would see that that sound chip is not happy. So let's do that. Oh, wrong direction. Yeah, see, that is kind of touching the pad there, the chip leg there, but it's, you see it's sort of floating, and so I know that that's not making the best connection. I'll try working at it more. It's just about midnight here, folks, so I am trying to speed it up here, but you can't rush these sorts of things. And I appreciate you all sticking around. I know some of you have joined, some of you went to bed, some of you have left, some of you are tuning in for the first time. Super appreciate it. Sometimes if you get down to the copper and get through some of the gunk there, it really helps get the solder to stick once everything is clean. Because solder will not stick on gunk and goo and corrosion and all that crap. So let's see if that works better now. You can't rush art. Oh, almost. Come on. Kind of wants to. I hate doing that because it looks disgusting. I'm building like such a tall little mountain of solder, but it is acting like a bridge. So we're going to leave it like that for now. We have other areas to focus on. Just try and speed along here. Put some caps on the board. And then we'll be ready to see if this thing fires up. So I do have my own power supply, which we could test with. Oh, that's right. I wanted to just resolder this area a little bit. See, there's always something. Just wanted to reflow this a little bit, just because it was so close to that nastiness. So you can see there was some crud that got knocked loose there. Right here. Yeah, that's all old cruddy solder that wasn't going to do us any favors. And this is just isopropyl alcohol. It dries super fast, but it also helps dissipate all that crud that's there. And there might be stuff under the chips. It's impossible to tell until you run into an issue. But I think we're good. I'm going to slap some caps on this, and hopefully we'll be in good shape. So let me grab some capacitors. So these are 47 microfarad, 16 volts. And they're very common on these Macs. Other common values are 10 microfarad 16 volts and 1 microfarad 50 volts. And I think 6.3 microfarad and 100 volts is on some of them. Yeah, so I have a little baggie here somewhere with a number of these caps. If I could find them. So many parts scattered everywhere. Capacitors. I need to organize my parts. What else is new? Maybe they're just sitting on the bench here. Wouldn't be the first time a bag of capacitors have been just sitting around like that. Yeah, here they are. Yep, right there. A whole stack of them. So here's what they look like. These little tantalum capacitors, you can get them in different values and sizes and chemical formulas and polymers, electrolytics, all that stuff. But these will not leak. They can fail, but they won't leak. So we need 11 of these. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I believe. And we're going to use our snips, and we're just going to cut. Oopsies. I think I dropped one or two. Oh boy. Yep, there it is. Let's count again. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, we didn't lose any. Yay! It's nice when we don't lose parts because they're like $1 something each. You buy in bulk, you get a discount, but still. Alright. So now that we removed the old caps, all those pads are nice and clean. We're going to put some on the board. And to do that, we use our old pals, flux and solder. Now you don't have to use too much flux. I just like doing a little bit of a dab. Whatever you have, it's going to help the solder stick to the pads, especially if you had some gunk there before. I'm making sort of a mess here, but that's okay. This is no clean flux, so you don't necessarily have to clean up with anything special after you use it. It's not going to be conductive or anything weird like that, which is good. So we're going to take our tweezers here. Now on tantalum capacitors, unlike electrolytics, the stripe stands for the positive side. On electrolytic, the stripe stands for the negative side. So these are polarized capacitors, so it does matter which direction they go in. And then we're just going to get a little bit of solder on the edge of our soldering iron. I'm going to try and do these straight. What I like to do is put one down, put a little... We're going to have to redo it, but do one side, then come back and do the other. Now, these aren't laying perfectly flat. The reason they're not laying perfectly flat is sometimes the pads still have a little bit of solder, and if I was really being super fancy about this, I would go back and I would scrape those completely clean, but I'm not going to do that right now. This is just something I want to try and finish up relatively quickly. You see there's some gunk that was still left on that pad because it didn't really adhere. So I'm just sort of massaging that pad, just trying to get any residual gunk that was there off. I'm going to the other side, adding a little bit more solder. And as long as there's a nice healthy blob on each side, and you can give it a nudge with your tweezers, they ain't going nowhere, you're going to be fine. So let's add 2 more over here. So as you can see, once you get all the gunk off of the things and clean them off, putting the caps on is sometimes the fastest part of the job. Not always, but sometimes. The multimeter is beeping and telling me go to bed. It's late. Now these capacitors are quite tiny. I'm comfortable with working them with them of this size. You may not be, especially if you're just starting out. But I will say that they come in different sizes. And the reason I prefer these tiny ones is it gives me a bit more area to work with. Yes, I have a microscope, so that sort of gives me a lot more freedom to zoom in and zoom out and make sure I'm getting things perfect. But it also gives me more room, so like if there was a tight spot, I don't have a bigger capacitor that I would have to worry about fitting into that and fitting on the pads and stuff like that. So, but to each their own. There are different sizes. You work with what you're comfortable with. I'm working on your IIsi, Mike. You had some nastiness around your sound chip, man, but let's switch the camera here real quick. We're almost done with your board. Putting tantalums on it. We're going to boot this sucker up in a little bit. And then I'm going to go to bed. But we have 6 more caps to slap on here. All the pads are relatively clean. So we're just moseying on through here. And I'm excited to see how this is working, Mike. And if it's working. I have my recapped power supply. So we'll be using that. We didn't get to your power supply this evening. But at least we could see if the machine is happy. We're going to reach to that area a bit differently because that's going to be problematic with all the plastic in the way. That one didn't stick. Alright, let's just try and straighten this up, and then we could mess with the other side. I mean, they don't have to be perfect, but I do like to try and make them neat enough. There we go. The Mac II is interesting. We did eventually get the processor card to work. We had to reflow every single damn pin. It's still acting a little bit weird. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but This is gonna be awkward. But we'll try and figure that out. I'm gonna move the microscope away. It's just easier for me to do this without a big thing directly blocking my space here. There we go, that's fine. Alright, now we have this cap here to do. And I'm just gonna put that like that. We don't nearly have enough solder on the edge of our iron here. Sometimes it looks like you do, and you don't, and you're like, what? And I think this pad is a little bit dirty still. Let's add more flux to that. We obviously didn't clean that up enough. That's okay. There, that will help this situation, I think. Yeah, one of the sound chips, Mike, had some pretty nasty corrosion, but I think we solved it. If not, we'll have to come back to that, but... Okay. We have two caps that go there, and then one that goes there, and I think we are donezo. And we'll double check our work before we power this thing on so we don't blow anything up. Did you ever see what the contents on the hard drive, Mike? I won't power it up with the drive right now just because you know, I want to back that up and all that stuff, but it'd be interesting to see if there's any goodies on there. Okay, and then we have the other one right there. And I do want to reflow this power connector, or at least check if it needs it, because sometimes they do. Am I gonna get at this? Pro tip from my pal Bruce: move the board, not your iron. This way you can get a more comfortable position with where you're soldering. I'm right-handed, so this makes it easier for me. And sometimes there's just like obstacles in the way, like that speaker header there, and stuff like that. So there we go. That's all nice. And then we're gonna turn that around and just touch up the other side. I think we could use a touch more of solder there. That's fine. And then the last capacitor is right by the power button here. Let's clean this up just a little bit because it does look like it needs stuff. We're fixing Mike's Macintosh IIsi. So his board was a bit sad. Had a bit scunge and gunge and all the adjectives. And we're putting the last capacitor on here now. I already have my own recapped power supply to test, so we don't have to worry about fixing his up right now. Although that is something you have to do because these power supplies leak like terribly. Like, oh my god, terrible. So we're gonna fix that at a later date. But I am very curious if this machine just boots up and if the sound is all happy and all that stuff, because one of the sound chips looked a little bit sus. I think we repaired those traces, but we're about to find out. So here's the last capacitor. And thank you all for sticking with me. I can't believe we had over 200 people watching at one point, which is... I still can't believe. That's absolutely insane. But thank you. Oopsie. About to say, I did a beautiful job of not melting any plastic, and I just got some solder on the plastic here. Not that Mike cares. It doesn't look bad. Can't even notice it. It's fine. Mike's cats will care, though. They're the ones you gotta watch out for. Okay, that's recapped. He's watching. Tigger is watching intently. All right, so. Oh my gosh. I wasn't showing the microscope view the whole time? I'm a freaking idiot. I'm so sorry. Ugh. Well, anyway. That's what happens when I'm tired. So all the caps are on there. We're going to do our final visual check. Make sure all of them are the proper orientation. I sincerely apologize for having the wrong view there before. I am an idiot. Yeah, now Dana says. Yes, send pictures to Mike. Kitty is Hewegg. Monster of a freaking cat. A chunk. If there ever was a chunk. And the last thing I want to check here is the pins on the bottom of the power connector, because these could sometimes get a little bit sad. Let's just see if any of these are cracked. That one looks a little bit bleh. I mean, for being 30-something years old, they don't look bad at all. Slight crackage on that one, so let's just do all of them. Of course, I just turned the soldering iron off. But, yeah, not all of them look bad, just one or two. But might as well just redo all of them. That way we don't have to worry about them ever again. These are quick to do. Now with some of these you want to be very careful. If you heat them up too much, what you could get is you won't see any solder on your side, but the solder will actually drip down into the connector. And here we have a power connector, so that would interrupt the pins plugging in from the power supplies. That would be very bad. So you just want to be aware of when you're doing things like this, like oh, why am I adding all this solder and it's not going anywhere? Oh, it's going somewhere. It's just not going where you want it to go. Some of these are right on ground planes, so they are a bit more problematic to melt. But I think we got them all. And I'm going to turn this off again. All right. So now the moment of truth. I'm going to put this in the case just enough to test the sucker. And these are problematic with displays. So we're probably going to use that CRT I have, which might make it a little bit difficult for you folks to see, but we're going to try. So here we have the board. We're not going to use the hard drive or anything right now. We'll have to take a look at those things. Floppy drive probably needs to be cleaned and such. But, just going to do it like that. I'm not going to completely push this machine in, because then those clips go and all that fun stuff. But I do have my recapped power supply here, which I can tell is recapped because I put a little sticker on it. And these have to sort of go in a certain way. And by the way, the connector for that power supply on the board looked fine. I didn't see any corrosion or anything like that. And now we can see that that is seated properly with that connector. We have all our memory here. Let's plug in a monitor. Install System 7 from a floppy. No! No, no, no. Okay, and let's get our keyboard here, which is all the way down here. It's very similar in some respects to a lot of the Mac II series, including the Macintosh SE30, which was a spiritual Mac II. Well, you know, it's even better as a Blue SCSI. It's just faster. Speaking of Blue SCSI, where did I put the... Is this it? I guess so. Alright, oh, that's right, the damn... this Mac does not have termination power. That's okay, we have our floppy on. We're just going to use that. So we're going to plug this in right to floppy adapter there. And when we plug this in, it should hopefully work. Alright. 3, 2, 1. You heard a chime. How about that? And the monitor is all the way up there, the CRT. There we go. We got screen. Let's see if those corners round. They do. Our cursor moves. Look at that. And we're going to try and boot up, let's say, System 7. Wait for it to count all of its memory. It's massive quantity of memory. We got a happy Mac. Welcome to frickin' Macintosh. Sorry, it's so far away it's hard to see. That's just the situation we have set up here right now. But we have a chime, folks. It friggin' chimed. Alright, now let's guess how much memory we have. 9 megabytes, Mike. Not bad at all. 9 whole megs. Excelente. All right. Let's shut this puppy down. And yeah, I'd call that a success. So, we do still have to fix the power supply for Mike, because we're using my power supply here just to test things out tonight. But the board is recapped. The sound is working. I will do a snooper test on the memory and the sound chips just to make sure we're getting stereo sound and all that stuff. Looks like I got some flux on my camera here. Sorry. But there we go. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I accomplished something today. Kind of, sort of. So, as a recap of what we did today and what we still have to do, that we're not out of the woods yet with the Macintosh II. We did reflow all of the connectors on there. We did fix a foot on one of the pins to the processor that wasn't seated properly. And now that upgrade works, but we're still getting instability with my computer, my personal Mac II system. So what we have to do with the client's Mac II is we have to figure out why the LED and the fan on the power supply aren't spinning. I don't know if I can figure that out, but we're going to try. And we're going to try that accelerator in their system and see if it acts any differently. I don't think it will. We were getting some wild card issues about like bad memory before, but that seems to just be because both of the banks weren't full and Snooper was getting a little confused. So that's good. And then we switched over to the Mac IIsi and we recapped the entire logic board and did some trace repair there. However, we did not do the power supply yet, which we'll have to wait for another day. But yeah, that's about it. We did a lot today. I think my mouse dropped. Yep. My mouse dropped off of the keyboard tray. So now I have to fish around and get it before I do anything else. Ugh. But we're going to end the stream here in a moment because it is 12:30 a.m. You're very welcome, my friend Mike. Please subscribe to Mike's Mess. He does some great live streams. If you don't mind the cussing and the cats, absolutely hilarious. I will put a link, a doodle in there for his channel. There is Mike's channel. Please subscribe to him. Yeah, let's see how many viewers we got watching whatever this is right now. It's not working to show me because, you know, YouTube is great and all. But, you know, I think we have 100 and... How many? 180. That is nuts to me. It was like a bot watching? Like a bot farm? I don't know. Somehow that just doesn't compute in my head. But that is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Huge thanks to everybody watching. A few things I want to plug before I go. First off, I have to get my situation here. Hold on. Hold, please. I don't know what I'm clicking on anymore. It's a little bit... Yeah, it's close enough. So first off, I got some merch. I got a merch store. Whoopsies. That's not what I want to show you. And I'm going to put the link in the thing if you like any of my silly shirts or anything like that. I have mouse pads, I have Sit Happens, I'm this old, feeling scuzzy, just sorry. You know, a variety of shirts. I have a lot of fun stuff here. So if you want to check out that stuff, go to Mac84, shop.mac84.net. If you go to Mac84.net, there will be a link to that as well. Anything else I want to mention before I forget? Probably not, because I'm forgetting. You're using my mousepad right now. Yay! I did sell quite a few of them at, a handful of them at VCF East, so that was nice. But yeah, that's about it. I'm working on a VCF East video. I did a little 5-minute preview, so check out the channel if you like that. I also recently did my video on the clear Macintosh SE30 computer case color mod. That was fun. And yeah, so that's about it. Not sure when I'll be streaming again, but hopefully sometime soon. And if you are subscribed as a patron or a YouTube member, you get exclusive access to a podcast that myself and Colin from This Does Not Compute. If you subscribe to him on Patreon, you also get access to it. But we do an exclusive podcast. The next one releases on Thursday. So I hope you tune in for that. We just basically have a lot of fun. And I think we're going to be talking about VCF East, or that was the last one. But we have fun anyway, and hopefully you tune into the next one. But I would like to thank every single one of you watching right now. Thank you, Dana, for wearing my merch. Thank you, Jack, for using the mousepad. Please don't forget to like the video before you leave and subscribe if you are not already subscribed. And yeah, that's about it. Huge thanks to everyone for watching. Can't believe we've been going on for 5 hours, but at least we accomplished something. Have a good night. Bye.